Chapter 1059. Thank you, Master. Dongbua Shueing was surprised. However, he still bowed respectfully. By the side, a grin appeared on old Mother Ying Shan's face. She felt that it was normal. Ying Shan Snow Eagle was the most dazzling existence in the history of the Southern Cloud Nation. Even Ancestor Fan took the initiative to accept him as a disciple. Southern Cloud King nodded. He turned to the 5 disciples by the side and indifferently chuckled. These are your 5 senior disciple brothers and sisters. I believe you should know them. The personal disciples of the king were naturally influential characters in the Southern Cloud Nation. The weakest was a conferred king, and they were all famous. Naturally, Shuang knew of them. Greetings, senior brothers and senior sisters. Dongbua Shueing said. The 5 people in front of him. The eldest disciple brother was Monarch Greedy Peng, and was also one of the 3 monarchs of the Southern Cloud Nation. Monarch Greedy Peng had followed the Southern Cloud King even before the nation was founded. He was loyal and devoted. That time, Southern Cloud King was also in a miserable state. Naturally, he remembered the old relationship and was extremely diligent in guiding Monarch Greedy Peng. He even used all sorts of treasures on Monarch Greedy Peng, allowing Monarch Greedy Peng to break through from the primal chaos realm to the cosmos god realm. Second senior disciple brother, Gong Liang Yi, was at the 10th level. He was a rare unity, realm 8th level genius from the Southern Cloud sacred religion. He was also a genius from the nation and had become the disciple of the Southern Cloud King. Senior sister, Empress Ghostly, was ranked 3rd. She was also at the 10th level, though she was slightly weaker than second senior brother. Fu Lingyun, Fu Lingxiao. This pair of brothers were ranked 4th and 5th. That time when the Southern Cloud King was in dire straits, the strongest person by his side wasn't Monarch Greedy Peng. Instead, it was another relatively outstanding 10th level expert, Fu Qin. Fu Qin followed the Southern Cloud King wholeheartedly. His relationship with the Southern Cloud King was that of a subordinate and a brother. After Fu Qin died, Southern Cloud King began nurturing the 2 children left behind by Fu Qin. When these 2 children reached the primal chaos realm, he even took them in as personal disciples. He did not hesitate to spend many treasures on them. Nonetheless, the talents of these 2 brothers were ordinary. Even if they used many treasures, they were merely at the 9th level. From this point, it could be seen that Southern Cloud King still cherished old friendships. Junior apprentice brother. The 5 senior apprentice brothers and sisters all smiled. In front of their master, they were all very warm and friendly. The next day, that was the day of the conferment. The title would be decided by him in advance, and he would just have to go through the motions when the time came. Most of them liked to use their own names as titles. He could even establish a clan and have his own name become the surname of the entire clan. When the time came, the title would be the name of the city and the name of the mansion. Therefore, some cultivators did not like to reveal their real names to the outside world. Therefore, Dongbua Shueing gave himself a simple title, Fei Xue. This was also a fake name that he used before, and it was also the name of the spear that he used when he was still immortal. The entire Southern Cloud Nation was bustling with activity. The royal palace was filled with many kings and marquises. There were even experts from neighboring nations who came to congratulate the Southern Cloud Nation. Even though Dongbua Shueing did not like being in a crowd, he still went to meet the monarchs and kings and marquises. This time, there were quite a few cosmos gods who came from outside. As for the managers from some huge superpowers, there were even more. The 6 great ancient nations all had a few branches here. They were all families of some sort, and their origins were quite great. But cultivators still valued strength. Those who were not strong would have a low status within the great clans, unless they were like the crown prince who was the first child of the Southern Cloud King and was doted on. After the conferment, the Southern Cloud Nation began constructing the city, Fei Xue City. It became the city of Dongbuo. After all, every conferment king would own a city, and being the 6th 10th level expert in the Southern Cloud Nation, his city was exceptionally big, on the same level as Yingshan City. Even if a large number of cultivators were sent to construct it, it would still take more than 100 million years. After all, the most difficult part of such a huge city was the construction of all sorts of arrays. In terms of the strength of the arrays, the moment Dongbuo guarded the place, and augmented by the arrays, ordinary cosmos gods would be beaten up by Dongbuo before the construction of the city was completed. Dongbuo would temporarily stay in the capital. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it had been 300 million years since the conferment. Southern Cloud Nation, Feishua City. The Feishua City had been constructed for a long time. Dongbuo had also brought some people from the Ardent Fire Marquisdom over. They were mainly elites under the lineage of his father, Yingshan Laihu. They came over to help manage the Feishua City. Dongbuo did not have the leisure to manage a city. Other than the Feishua City, he constructed another 9 cities. They were all guarded by the sleeping incarnations of Dongbuo. Ha ha ha. Yingshan Laihu's days were more interesting. A huge city like the Feishua City involved huge benefits, and the affairs of this city master of Dongbuo were usually handled by Rong Xinglan and Yingshan Laihu. Yingshan Laihu was naturally enjoying the limelight. Within a large-scale void god pagoda, Dongbuo was currently cultivating within. He sat cross-legged on a huge rock floating in midair within the void god pagoda. His body was ordinary and did not emit any aura of an expert. This was the state of the 10th level, grand perfection realm of the Southern Cloud sacred body. One had to know that even at the 10th level grand perfection realm, he had not reached the pinnacle in the voidification aspect. Reaching the pinnacle of voidification would allow one to become one with the essence of the void and completely disappear. Even powerful cosmos gods could not sense the slightest aura. Even though his aura was ordinary and reserved, in terms of voidification, he was still quite far from reaching the pinnacle of voidification. After all, the voidification undying technique of his teacher, Southern Cloud King, could only be cultivated after he became a cosmos god. At the primal chaos realm, there was no hope at all. I still have to create it myself. Dongbuo did not give up. He had seen the scaled armor of the destruction devil, General Mogu, who had the shadowless talent. The inscriptions on that scaled armor were formed naturally. They were simple and mystical. Dongbuo felt that it was entirely possible for him to cultivate it at the primal chaos realm. It's just that it was difficult to create it. Naturally, his current thoughts were not on the voidification aspect. Instead, it was the Southern Cloud, 12 sacred styles. With a thought, Dongbuo body faintly emitted a faint light. Many deity inscriptions lit up on his body. This body of his was truly the darling of the void. He had fused deeper with the void than the void walker in his previous life. Relying on the Southern Cloud sacred body, Dongbuo finally succeeded in unleashing this fist. This ferocious fist was incomparably heavy. It seemed to bring along the entire void energy as it smashed out. He could not hear any sound at all. That was purely relying on the void to sense it. Dongbuo was able to sense that 3 of the smallest black fog spherical particles that formed the essence of the void had directly shattered apart. At this moment, the place where the fist blasted out was vaguely horrifying. It felt as if it was connected to another horrifying world. Because the crack was too small, it could not be seen with the naked eye. But there was still a strand of mysterious aura transmitted in through the crack. Closely following that, the crack formed when the 3 spherical particles shattered immediately healed. That world. Dongbuo saw it. This was the first time he saw it with such clarity. The arch destruction had blasted apart the cage of this origin world. Even though the crack was so small that it could not be seen with the naked eye, Dongbua Shueing relied on that tiny crack to see it. By relying on the mysterious aura emitted from that crack, I can cultivate the avatar technique. Only then did Dongbua Shueing react. Nevertheless, he had been in a daze for a long time. That strand of mysterious aura had already dissipated. Chapter 1060. Standing on the floating rock, the surface of his body was faintly covered in light. He stabbed out with the scarlet cloud god spear in his hand. This stab seemed ordinary, yet it carried with it the power of the entire void. Eventually, it even caused the essence of the void to shatter, causing tiny cracks to appear where the spearhead stabbed. It was indeed the weapon of Scarlet Cloud Paragon Master in the past. This stab caused the cracks to become several times bigger than before. It was too difficult to break the essence of the void and break the cage. Even Void Primogenitor from the primal chaos, Void, could not do it. Many cosmos gods could not do it. It was not just about power. Instead, one had to find the right direction. Just like the avatar technique, one could learn it at the primal chaos realm just by finding the right direction. Like Mount Chime, it was like that. If one did not have any clues, even Sacred Master or Old Monster Stone could not create an avatar technique. It was the same for Arch Destruction. This was an extremely exquisite usage of the Tao of Void. It was using the entire space around where one attacked. At the same time when that space could not withstand the force, it would eventually cause the essence of the void to collapse. Arch Destruction was a 10th level technique. Actually, it was a simplified move from the same Tao path, and it was a 9th level technique, Void Shatter. Once it was simplified and weakened, it would be an 8th level technique, Smoke and Dust Scatter. Similar logic. Spectacular Painting was also a secret importation technique and was a 10th level technique. When it was simplified, it would be a 9th level technique, Realm Heartblade. The Southern Cloud, 12 Sacred Styles. In reality, it was mainly based on 2 paths to go deeper. Spectacular Painting and Arch Destruction were originally Cosmos God techniques. In terms of profoundness, they had surpassed any self-created moves by Dongbua Shueing in his previous life. He could only barely execute them by relying on the 10th level Grand Perfection Southern Cloud Sacred Body. And these 2 techniques could still be deepened to become stronger, though only Cosmos gods could learn them. The direction is right. A 10th level technique can break the cage. Dongbua Shueing relied on the tiny cracks formed by the shattering of the black fog spheres to look at the outside world. This look of his was also a strand of consciousness permeating in. The realm heart, great land, was vast. Dongbua Shueing saw an incomparably huge piece of land, and he also saw that there were many stars orbiting around the land. Furthermore, he could vaguely see another huge origin world beyond this realm heart, great land, origin world that was incredibly far away. Another source world. Dongbua Shueing softly nodded. Other than the primal chaos void and realm heart great land, there are other origin worlds. But Yuan actually allowed the absolute geniuses in the primal chaos void to reincarnate into the realm heart great land. It seems the realm heart great land should have a deep foundation among the many origin worlds. Dongbua Shueing thought. He performed Skybreaker again and watched it again and again. Although he was shocked every time he looked at it, he was obsessed with the feeling of stepping into another level of life. However, he understood that he was still a life in the confinement, and he could only barely open a small crack. Phew! Many strands of mysterious aura permeated into the origin world from a higher dimension. Dongbua Shueing immediately activated the avatar technique. This technique was actually a soul secret technique. It immediately began attracting those strands of mysterious aura towards his soul. They were absorbed by his soul and gradually fused into his soul under the guidance of the secret technique. At this moment, Dongbua Shui-ing felt his soul trembling. His soul was undergoing a transformation, though he vaguely understood that this was a good transformation. His body and the void seemed to be more compatible and comfortable. It felt as if he was born to be a part of the void, because the crack was too small and the mysterious aura that permeated him was weak. Dongbua Shui merely cultivated for 10 days before he felt his soul could no longer improve. Hua! The white-robed Dongbua Shui-ing, who was seated cross-legged on a huge rock, suddenly had a blurred figure fly out from the surface of his body. He landed by the side and sat cross-legged. That figure was madly absorbing the world energy before condensing into a golden-robed Dongbua Shui-ing. Success! The two Dongbua Shui-ing exchanged glances. Even though they were two bodies, their memories were completely the same. But the newly condensed body was just an ordinary fleshy body. Without the Southern Cloud sacred body and the Scarlet Cloud God Spear, it was impossible for him to execute 10th level techniques. My soul has absorbed too little mysterious aura, and the transformation isn't significant. Under the suppression of the supreme law, I can only form an avatar. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. He understood that the reason why he could not execute the avatar technique was purely due to the supreme law. But absorbing the mysterious aura outside the cage could allow his soul to evolve. This evolution was different from other life forms in the origin world. If not for absorbing the mysterious aura, even cosmos gods could not form avatars. And as this transformation improved, the number of avatars could increase too. The two avatars looked at each other. The golden-robed avatar was slightly weaker. According to Dongbua Shui-ing's plan, he would not go out to fight and kill. Hence, he left the remnant energy of the Realm Heart Order in the soul of the golden-robed avatar. After all, splitting the soul into two meant that the Realm Heart Order could only choose one avatar. Even though the white-robed avatar was stronger, he was ultimately adventuring outside. Who knew when he would die? Cultivation knew no time. On one hand, Dongbua Shui-ing was researching the Tao of Void. He had already grasped the two secret importation techniques. Naturally, he was comprehending the profound mysteries within the Scarlet Cloud God Spear and deducing the voidification. He had always wanted to reach the pinnacle of voidification at the primal chaos realm. By researching on different aspects of the void, it would naturally be helpful for him to step into the cosmos God realm. On the other hand, he spent more than half his time cultivating the mirage and illusory realm. He had already reached the primal chaos realm in the mirage and illusory realm, and he was still improving. In his previous life, his realm was sufficiently high. Hence, he did not encounter any bottlenecks. He continued cultivating until he finally created a 9th level mirage and illusory realm technique. He was still stumbling in the Tao of Void. After all, even though he had accumulated a deep foundation in his previous life, he could not create a 9th level technique. Even though the mirage and illusory realm was slow at the start, it became faster as he cultivated until he created a 9th level illusory realm world in one go. He had also researched through the 18 mirage and illusory realm scriptures he got, allowing his soul to be 3 to 4 times stronger than ordinary peak primal chaos realm experts. This was also a benefit that only cultivators who cultivated the Tao of Soul had. And the mirage and illusory realm was also a soul aspect. Under ordinary circumstances, this is the limit at the primal chaos realm. Dongbua Shui-ing thought, unless I have a 10th level secret technique or a powerful secret treasure of the mirage and illusory realm. Dongbua Shui-ing pondered. It was different from other Tao paths. The Tao of Soul was rarely seen. Like in the primal chaos void, Dongbua Shui-ing was the first to reach the primal chaos realm in the laws and profound mysteries system in the mirage and illusory realm. Even including the ancient cultivators, there was not a single cosmos god expert in the mirage and illusory realm. This Tao path was clearly harder to cultivate as compared to water, fire, lightning, particles, space, and many other Tao paths that one could sense. The mirage and illusory realm was purely a reconstruction of a world. It was akin to creating a new world, and its difficulty was incredibly high. Even the realm heart, great land, which had a deeper foundation. Any 10th level mirage and illusory realm secret technique was a secret importation that would never be divulged to outsiders. Its preciousness was not any less than other secret importation techniques that led straight to the peak. Chapter 1061. The reason why it was so precious was because there were very few cosmos gods who cultivated the mirage and illusory realm. The other reason was that secret techniques in the Tao of Soul were too frightening. For example, the mirage and illusory realm. What did a 10th level illusory realm represent? One had to know that a large number of 10th level experts, including Dongbua Shuiying and Old Mother Ing Shan, relied on external forces to reach their current level. For instance, by relying on the Southern Cloud Sacred Body or the Scarlet Cloud God Spear, he could at most unleash the power of the 9th level at the primal chaos realm. He had to rely on external items to unleash the power of the 10th level. The strength of their souls was about the same as the 9th level experts of the primal chaos void. There were very few of them. For example, Dongbua Shuiying and others who had great achievements in the Tao of Soul. Their souls would far surpass those of the same level. Otherwise, the strength of his soul would be limited. Even devouring the essence of chaotic origin or essence of blood spirit would not be as helpful to the soul as Dongbua Shuiying, who had reached the pinnacle of primal chaos realm in the Tao of Soul. The essence of chaotic origin was an extremely powerful existence that could condense the essence energy within an origin world. It was similar to the origin world rock. Blood spirit essence. For example, the Black Devil Great Lake's blood sacrifice was for this purpose. It involved slaughtering countless lives and harvesting the most basic strand of energy from the souls of countless lives. After refining and transforming it, it finally condensed into blood spirit essence. Consuming it would greatly benefit one's soul, but the prices were extravagant. But the 9th level illusory realm world was sufficient to greatly affect many experts at the pinnacle of primal chaos realm. The majority of them could only unleash 40% to 50% of their strength. Those with slightly weaker heart temperaments would likely fall into the illusory realm. As for the 10th level illusion, it was even more terrifying. Even Old Mother Ing Shan and the other experts with strong heart temperament could not resist against this illusory realm that could only be executed by cosmos gods. They could rely on treasures to reach the 10th level, but it did not mean that their souls could resist against this illusory realm. One could say that an absolute majority of 10th level experts would die before the 10th level illusory realm. They would either fall into oblivion or struggle to maintain a strand of consciousness, yet they no longer had the strength to resist. This was a heaven-defying move. Once the illusion appeared, either his soul was strong enough to withstand it. Otherwise, if he couldn't take it, he would be done for, his life and death in the hands of others. 10th level experts were able to move unhindered across a region in the realm heart, great land. Even when facing cosmos gods, most could easily escape if they could not defeat them. But when faced with the terrifying technique of the soul path, it was defeated just like that. Therefore, this mirage and illusory realm secret technique was definitely a core secret technique of an area. Fortunately, firstly, those who could cultivate the mirage and illusory realm to the pinnacle and grasp the 10th level illusory realm at the primal chaos realm were too few. Currently, the entire realm heart, great land, could be counted with one's fingers. Secondly, 10th level secret importations were only possessed by the 3 great organizations. They were respectively the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, Primogenita Ancient Nation, and Towering Sky Ancient Nation. One had to know that of the 6 great ancient countries, even the Myriad Realms Ancient Country, which was the strongest, did not have a 10th level mirage and illusory realm secret technique. One could imagine the difficulty of obtaining it. Third, a mirage and illusory realm secret treasure. Other than the three great ancient nations, this was the only method for a primal chaos expert to unleash the 10th level of the illusory realm. This was also the reason why the mirage and illusory realm secret treasures were so expensive. A mirage and illusory realm secret treasure that was only at the 10th level and was useless to cosmos gods would cost at least 10 billion cosmos crystals. It was comparable to a secret treasure weapon used by a great expert like Scarlet Cloud Paragon Master. If it were a mirage and illusory realm secret treasure that was greatly beneficial to cosmos gods, its price would be even more exaggerated. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to comprehend the secret treasure and research absolute arts. Only those with heaven-defying talent like Dongbua Shui-ing had hope of obtaining it. Even so, the price was exorbitant. My realm is sufficient, but I lack a secret treasure. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. The apex secret importation in the mirage and illusory realm? That was impossible. Even the strongest ancient nation, like the Myriad Realms ancient nation, could not obtain it. It was impossible for the other three great ancient nations to spread it out. Unless he, Dongbua Shui-ing, joined one of the three great organizations, it was impossible for him to learn it. Being one of the 6 personal disciples of the Southern Cloud sacred religion, the status of Dongbua Shui-ing was naturally high. Through the intelligence network that the Southern Cloud sacred religion had spread across the entire Realm Heart Great Land, he was able to gather information regarding the mirage and illusory realm secret treasures that were publicly sold. There was only a single mirage and illusory realm secret treasure that was greatly beneficial to cosmos gods, the Heart Devil Scepter. It was left behind by a mirage and illusory realm cosmos god, Heart Devil Religious Master, after his death. Its price was unknown. He had to negotiate with the seller first. Secondly, they were all 10th level mirage and illusory realm secret treasures. There were a total of 8 of them, and their prices ranged from 12 billion cosmos crystals to 20 billion cosmos crystals. There are so few mirage and illusory realms secret treasures. Dongbua Shui-ing sighed inwardly. These were treasures that were being sold by the 6 great ancient nations and more than 100 nations. But because there were very few that required 10th level mirage and illusory realm secret treasures, Dongbua Shui-ing was not worried that he could not buy any mirage and illusory realm secret treasures. The only problem was, could he afford it? Borrowing cosmos crystals from his teacher? Southern Cloud King was wealthy, and he was willing to spend on his disciples. But 10 billion cosmos crystals? Dongbua Shui-ing did not dare to ask for so much. Over the years of cultivation, even though Shui-ing had some vague understanding of the cosmos god realm in the mirage and illusory realm in Tao Void, it was clearly difficult to take this step. Snow Eagle, hurry up and come see me. Southern Cloud King summoned. At that moment, Dongbua Shui-ing brought along the magic dragon and left Feishua City for the capital. Within the royal palace in the meditation ground of Southern Cloud King, he remained seated cross-legged on the black grass. Behind him there was a misty white pond. At this moment there was a tall and thin middle-aged man standing by the side. Teacher, Dongbua Shui-ing came and greeted respectfully. Have you succeeded in cultivating the 2 secret importation techniques? Southern Cloud King asked. I've succeeded. Dongbua Shui-ing answered. What about the avatar technique? I've succeeded too. Good. Southern Cloud King softly nodded. I have a mission for you. Once you complete it, I'll give you 20,000 contribution points. Dongbua Shui-ing listened attentively. 20,000 contribution points? That was very high. Within the Southern Cloud sacred religion, personal disciples did not have to exchange for the void lineage absolute art scriptures with contribution points. As long as one cultivated an absolute art scripture to the pinnacle of primal chaos realm, He could then choose the next one. Without grasping it completely, one could not be greedy. And for absolute art scriptures that were not of the void lineage, one had to exchange for them. They only required 1/10 of the contribution points. For instance, the Three Realms technique required 500,000 contribution points for an inner disciple and 50,000 contribution points for a personal disciple. Actually, there was no need for those who primarily cultivated the Tao of Void to exchange for other absolute art scriptures. There was another use for contribution points, and that was to exchange for all sorts of rare treasures. Similarly, personal disciples could exchange for 1/10 of the price with his teacher. 20,000 contribution points could be exchanged for 2 billion cosmos crystals worth of rare treasures. It was just enough for his newly refined, golden-robed avatar to cultivate the Southern Cloud sacred body to the 10th level grand perfection. In the fiery Zhao Nation, currently the Sky Sword sect is spreading their influence wantonly and suppressing my Southern Cloud sacred religion. Southern Cloud King said, "The Black Devil Four Nations have always been the core region of my Southern Cloud sacred religion. The Sky Sword sect has always been weak here, but now they are coming with such momentum. The fiery Zhao Nation is the most chaotic nation among the Black Devil Four Nations. That is also the reason why the Sky Sword sect chose to spread their influence there. That place lacks an expert to protect it. You should go over and help Marquis Chu Ming. Hopefully, you can suppress the Sky Sword sect as soon as possible. We can't allow them to be so unbridled in the Black Devil Four Nations." The 10 great religions. The other 8 came from the 6 great ancient nations. Their influence within the ancient nations was formidable, and they did not attach much importance to some of the smaller nations. Only the Sky Sword sect and Southern Cloud sacred religion were fighting fiercely for the sake of spreading their influence. Furthermore, the Southern Cloud sacred religion was still suffering from a disadvantage overall, because the Sky Sword sect had the faint support of the Myriad Realms Ancient Nation and Summer Wind Ancient Nation. But no matter what, in the Black Devil Four Nations, that was the most fundamental place for the Southern Cloud sacred religion to spread. Since the Sky Sword sect dared to spread their influence here, Southern Cloud King would naturally not tolerate it. Heading to the fiery Zhao Nation, Dongbua Shueing was enlightened. He continued writing the 3rd chapter. Chapter 1062. Teacher, will the Sky Sword sect send over Cosmos gods? Dongbua Shueing asked. Don't worry. Southern Cloud King chuckled. The competition between religions is also a competition of reputation. Our Southern Cloud sacred religion is stronger amongst primal chaos experts. Naturally, many cultivators would feel that it is more suitable to join our Southern Cloud sacred religion. In such a battle, if a cosmos god were to bully a primal chaos expert, even if he won, it did not represent how powerful his religion was. If I lose, it will be even more humiliating. Dongbua Shueing understood. Fame was very important to the spread of a sect. Therefore, the experts who guarded it were extremely important. Even though there were many experts in the Southern Cloud sacred religion, other than those from the Southern Cloud sacred religion, there were many experts from other nations. But the Realm Heart Great Land was too big. Naturally, they had their own priorities when overseeing the various places. The Black Devil Four Nations have always been the place where our Southern Cloud sacred religion spread its influence. Even though the Sky Sword sect had spread their influence here previously, they didn't have much influence and didn't send any formidable experts. Hence, the experts of my Southern Cloud sacred religion have always been stationed in other regions to expand the influence of the Southern Cloud sacred religion. Southern Cloud King said, "Who would have thought that they would actually enter the fiery Zhao Nation of the Black Devil Four Nations? Humph! Since they dared to come, I must teach them a good lesson. Can it be killed?" Dongbua Shueing asked. "Go ahead. Southern Cloud King said, but you have to be careful too. On the surface, those who came to find trouble with you are definitely experts from the Sky Sword sect. But in the dark, there might be some experts from the Myriad Realms Ancient Nation and Summer Wind Ancient Nation dealing against you. Of course, there will definitely not be any cosmos gods appearing. The moment one does, it would be a violation of the rules, and I will act directly. Yes, Dongbua Shui-ing was relieved. What kind of status did the master have? He was a legend across the entire realm heart, great land. Being the religion master, it was impossible for him to act casually. Otherwise, it would be too demeaning. After all, when a primal chaos expert came to bully them, the sovereign had to act. If many cultivators saw it, they would only think that the Southern Cloud sacred religion did not have anyone capable, and that the primal chaos experts they nurtured were too weak. Instead, if a cosmos god dared to act, Southern Cloud King would directly act. Marquis Chu Ming will arrange the details. What you need to do is to act at the crucial moment. Southern Cloud King turned to the tall and thin middle-aged man by the side. Chu Ming, you and Snow Eagle can discuss some other trivial matters in detail during the journey. Yes, Marquis Chu Ming said respectfully. Snow Eagle, since you've successfully refined your doppelganger, you should temporarily stay in the capital. This is the safest place in the entire Southern Cloud Nation. No matter who acts, I am confident of protecting your life. Southern Cloud King was relatively confident. In other places, he could only escape when facing unparalleled existences like Ancestor Fan. However, in the capital that he had built for countless years and used countless treasures, he was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. Yes. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. There was no need to worry about the safety of Feishua City, because the Feishua City was a huge city. Even the Black Devil Great Lake blood sacrifice would not be held in such a huge city. This was something the Southern Cloud King would absolutely not allow. Whoever dared to act, the Southern Cloud King would most likely send an avatar over. Although he had reached a compromise with the Black Devil Lake, it was only for a small city. Furthermore, it was something that only happened once in a long time. Dongbua Shui-ing brought along his magic dragon and Marquis Chu Ming as they set off. They first relied on the destructive realm teleportation technique to arrive at the wilderness outside the fiery Zhao capital. Even though the fiery Zhao nation might be chaotic and weak, this is ultimately the capital of the fiery Zhao nation. If we were to use the destructive realm teleportation technique to enter, the fiery Zhao nation would definitely discover us immediately. That would bring about some trouble. Marquis Chu Ming explained. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. In the primal chaos void where the arrays were weaker, his previous religion, the Great Void Heaven Temple, could easily detect the entry and exit of the destructive realm teleportation technique. Much less the fiery Zhao nation. The two of them flew together. His magic dragon obediently followed behind as they flew towards the city gates. Marquis Chu Ming, you should arrange everything beforehand. Dongbua Shui-ing said, I don't know much about spreading the religion. Haha, rest assured. If I really need Brother Feishua to do something, I'll naturally arrange it beforehand. As for usual, everything would be up to one's heart. As long as it could increase the reputation of my Southern Cloud sacred religion, it would be good. Furthermore, it would be good for us to reveal techniques and strength that would strike fear in many cultivators. They would also be more willing to join the Southern Cloud sacred religion. Marquis Chu Ming said. Dongbua Shui-ing was enlightened. It would be good if they did not embarrass the Southern Cloud sacred religion. Increasing their reputation would be even better. That was simple too. The two of them entered the capital of the fiery Zhao nation side by side. Amen. The moment Dongbua Shui-ing entered, he could sense some remnant bloody and slaughter aura with his void senses. The fiery Zhao nation is in reality the weakest. Many devils from the Black Devil Great Lake live here. Marquis Chu Ming explained, even in the capital there are frequent massacres. As long as one escapes fast enough and isn't discovered by the army, it would be fine. Those with slightly greater backgrounds can be killed, and the army wouldn't pursue the matter even if they discovered it. Naturally, many devils from the Black Devil Great Lake live here, and they don't wish for things to be too chaotic. Naturally, they would restrict their subordinates. Overall, this is considered the most stable city in the entire Fiery Zhao Nation. But precisely because of the chaos, many cultivators here desire to become stronger. Marquis Chu Ming chuckled. Dongbua Shueing nodded. Just like how many experts had bloodlines in his body, there were many experts in the Realm Heart Great Land. Over the years, even some of the weaker descendants of cosmos gods would become commoners. Many marriages would occur, causing many commoners to have formidable bloodlines. It's just that they were extremely thin. Their bloodline cultivators were able to cultivate the Void Dao and other common Dao paths as well. At this moment, it depended on the attractiveness of the religion. The sacred palace of the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion, located in the Fiery Zhao Nation capital, was the biggest in the entire Fiery Zhao Nation. After all, the capital was also the biggest city, and it had the highest population, close to half of the entire nation. This sacred palace occupied a huge area and was relatively domineering. Nevertheless, at this moment, Southern Cloud Sacred Religion, do you all only know how to hide inside? You are so frightened when facing my Sky Sword sect. How pitiful. Outside the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace, there's a group of 10 cultivators cursing. Their voices were grand and reverberated in the surrounding world. As for the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace, it had activated its arrays. Many arrays were protecting it, and none of them dared to come out. Why is the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace closed? I still want to seek guidance from my teacher. A young cultivator watched from afar in a daze. There were many spectators watching from the side. An old man added, "Don't go. As long as you are from the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion, you will have to enter to cultivate. If you are discovered by those from the Sky Sword sect, you will be sentenced to death." What? Sentenced to death? This young cultivator was startled. Quite a few have died. Initially, some disciples did not know and wanted to enter to cultivate, yet they were killed by those experts from the Sky Sword sect. The old man added, "Unless the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion is just going to endure this. What else can they do? Can't you see that the entire sacred palace is closed? The arrays have been activated, and they are guarding it to death?" The old man sneered. This is simply too cowardly. The young man felt sullen. We are being bullied by the Sky Sword sect in the Black Devil Four Nations. Is it because the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion can no longer hold on? I have to spend cosmos crystals before I could cultivate in the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion. The news spread across the entire Realm Heart Great Land. These disciples were all outer disciples. After joining, they would immediately slip away and go to other sections. This was very normal. As for outer disciples, the various great religions could only take the initiative to attract them. The experts from the Sky Sword sect are formidable. I should return to the Sky Sword sect and have a look. Who knows? I might become stronger by cultivating there. Discussions were going on everywhere. The Fiery Zhao Nation was chaotic. The weak were prey to the strong. Seeing the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion being bullied and forced to close their sacred palace, they would naturally feel that they were not strong enough. It was fine if it was a short period, but if it dragged on, the influence would worsen. Amen? From afar, Dongbua Shueing brought his servant Magic Dragon and Marquis Chu Ming over. They seemed casual, but in reality they were incredibly fast. With a single step they had already arrived. He is of the group of experts from the Sky Sword sect. The others were at the Unity Realm. The leading one was a 9th-level expert, Changsu Wang. He had cultivated the secret importation of the Sky Sword sect, the Sky Sword Undying Body, to the 10th level, grand perfection. That was why he dared to bring people over to scold others. As for matters like scolding others, it was sufficient for ninth-level experts to appear. The stronger experts behind him disdained to do such trivial matters. This white-robed young man? Chang Su-Wang immediately recognized him. He is that Shan Snow Eagle. Even though Chang Su-Wang was startled, he was not afraid. The reason why the Sky Sword sect could spread so far was because the Sky Sword Undying Body was incredibly formidable. Even Cosmos gods had a hard time killing them, much less this Shan Snow Eagle. Are you the personal disciple of Southern Cloud King, Shan Snow Eagle? Chang Su-Wang announced. The group of Unity Realm experts from the Sky Sword sect naturally stood behind him. Shan Snow Eagle? Southern Cloud King's personal disciple. Is he that Shan Snow Eagle who reached the 10th level in 5 billion years? The one who fought against White Cloud Devil Master with his full strength Snow Eagle? Discussions broke out in the distance. Shan Snow Eagle was quite famous in the Black Devil 4 nations. You better listen up. This is the fiery Zhao nation. It is best for your Southern Cloud sacred religion to obediently retreat. Otherwise, it won't be just the previous matter of killing some ordinary disciples. Chang Su-Wang announced. His voice reverberated in the surroundings. Let us leave. Saying that, he immediately left. He was clear that he was not the opponent of Shan Snow Eagle, but he was confident of leaving. Leave. Dongbua Shui coldly snorted. His voice caused an explosion in the mind of Chang Su-Wang. For a moment, he was engulfed by the illusory realm. Even though he was a 9th-level expert, he had relied on the Sky Sword Undying Body to barely reach this stage. His soul was merely at the 8th level in the primal chaos void. Facing the illusory realm unleashed by Dongbua Shui, he fell for it in an instant. Without any resistance, Dongbua Shui destroyed Chang Su-Wang's soul with a thought, causing him to die. His illusory realm technique was showing its true prowess. Naturally, it was only effective when facing experts who relied on external forces to reach the 9th level strength. If he were to face a 10th level expert, his illusory realm technique would no longer be sufficient. Saying it was slow, yet everything happened in an instant. Chang Su-Wang shouted, "Let us leave." The group of Unity Realm experts from the Sky Sword sect were prepared to be brought away. Following that, Dongbua Shui used the illusory realm to kill Chang Su-Wang. At the moment he killed him, he waved his hand. Who? Dongbua Shui's palm emitted a faint light. His palm was like a sparkling white jade. One could see the void ahead being torn apart, causing Chang Su-Wang and his subordinates to become flattened. One could see the space ahead turning into a scroll. A scroll flew to where Dongbua Shui was. Within the scroll were Chang Su-Wang and his subordinates. All of them were in a daze, yet they did not have any aura. Clearly, they had died and became part of the scroll. If Chang Su-Wang's soul was intact, given his Sky Sword Undying Body, he would not die even if he was suppressed within. He could even struggle and escape. Nonetheless, he had died before he was suppressed. Quite a few treasures flew out from this scroll and landed in the hands of Dongbua Shui. Hang it on the outer wall of my Southern Cloud Sacred Palace. Dongbua Shui took this scroll and passed it to the dumbfounded Marquis Chu Ming. Good. Marquis Chu Ming nodded. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the scroll in front of him. Too formidable. Too powerful. Remember, use the array to protect it and hang it on the wall. Since the Sky Sword sect dared to act presumptuously in my Southern Cloud sacred religion, this is the outcome. Dongbua Shui said. With the protection of the array, not even 10th level experts could destroy it and take the scroll away. This scroll would be hung here forever. Illusory realm technique. In addition, the Southern Cloud 12 Sacred Styles secret importation. Spectacular painting. The third watch was over. If you are satisfied, please vote for a monthly ticket. Chapter 1063. After Dongbua Shueing finished giving his orders, he brought his magic dragon and headed towards the front door of the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace. "Why aren't you opening the door?" Marquis Chu Ming shouted out. Hong Long Long, the two towering doors opened with a boom. Actually, everything that happened outside could be seen clearly by the experts within the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace of the fiery Zhao Nation capital. It's just that they were shocked by how a 9th-level expert like Chong Su Wang and his group of subordinates turned into a painting. Chong Su Wang was someone who had cultivated the sky sword undying body to the 10th level grand perfection realm. Even cosmos gods would have to spend more effort to kill him. One move, an instant, and he turned into a painting. The doors opened with a rumble. A group of experts from the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace stood by the entrance. They were led by 2 primal chaos experts. Several hundred of them bowed in unison. Senior Disciple Brother Snow Eagle. The rules of the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion. All outer disciples had to address inner disciples as Senior Disciple Brother or Senior Sister. And inner disciples were 1 level lower than personal disciples, and had to address them as Senior Disciple Brother or Senior Sister. Amen. Dongbua Shueing nodded in acknowledgement. He then brought his servant inside. Brother Chen Qi, why aren't you arranging a residence for Brother Snow Eagle? Marquis Chu Ming shouted out. Yes, yes. The leading dark-skinned, primal chaos male naturally acknowledged. Senior Disciple Brother Snow Eagle, please follow me. There were many disciples present, and even many cultivators who were paying attention to this place from afar. No matter if they were ordinary spectators or some experts from the fiery Zhao Nation royal family who wanted to watch the battle between the 2 great religions, or the great devils from the Black Devil Great Lake. When they saw that white-robed young man who was surrounded by all the disciples from the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion, all of them felt a chill in their hearts. What a good Shan Snow Eagle. He is indeed an expert who reached the 10th level in 5 billion years and could fight against White Cloud Devil Master. After becoming a disciple of Southern Cloud King for so many years, he has become even more frightening. In a restaurant a few million kilometers away from this place, an old primal chaos devil was drinking and eating by himself while watching the battle from afar. He knew that the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion would definitely retaliate against the Sky Sword sect. Therefore, he came to take a look. When he saw Dongbua Shueing, he was surprised. But when he saw Chong Su Wang and the other experts turned into paintings with a single move of picturesque and hung them on the wall, he was shocked. Spectacular painting, one of the 2 secret importation techniques of the Southern Cloud 12 Sacred Styles, a 10th level technique. However, it definitely can't suppress Chong Su Wang. This primal chaos old man faintly felt a chill in his heart. Chong Su Wang is finished without me noticing anything? Scary, scary. It's even more terrifying than during the blood sacrifice. Shan Snow Eagle is this powerful. The experts of the fiery Zhao Kingdom's royal family were terrified as they watched. Although the fiery Zhao Kingdom was the most chaotic of the Black Demon 4 nations, it was precisely because of the chaos and slaughter that the experts who rose to power here were even crazier. Which one of them did not rise to power through slaughter? Of the 10 great religions, the Sky Sword sect and the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion were about to fight, and they were naturally happy to watch the show. It's just that this Shan Snow Eagle was too savage. It seemed like his technique was simple and easy, but the more it was so, the more it made those experts watching in the dark feel fear. Hang it more conspicuously. Right here. In order to hang this painting, Marquis Chu Ming spent quite a while. It was clearly a very simple matter, but he purposely went through a lot of trouble. He even specially inlaid it. There was even a simple spirit design operating on the inlaid frame, causing this painting to constantly emit light. It was very eye-catching. "The two of you guard this place. Watch carefully." Marquis Chu Ming arranged two more subordinates. Actually, there were arrays covering the outer wall of the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace that protected this painting. There was no need to worry. Marquis Chu Ming did this to slap the face of the Sky Sword sect. The battle between both parties was incredibly savage. On the surface, they dared to block the entrance and kill some of the outer disciples of the other party. But in the dark, they were even more sinister. After all, to Southern Cloud King and Sky Sword King, who stood high above, the two great religions could provide them with an endless stream of cosmos crystals. Cosmos crystals represented resources, and they naturally could not give up. Wah, he turned into a painting. Really? That is a primal chaos expert. As Marquis Chu Ming hung up the painting, he returned to the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace. At that moment, many spectators rushed over. Quite a few experts even teleported over. They looked at that painting in astonishment, much less them. As the news spread, several aristocratic marquis, disciples from the fiery Zhao nation, came rushing over in their carriages. They were all watching from afar, clicking their tongues in admiration. After all, Chang Su Wang was relatively famous in the Sky Sword sect. He had contributed greatly to the propagation of the Sky Sword sect. Such an amazing character had turned into a painting and hung there? Is it that Angshan Snow Eagle? The Southern Cloud, 12 Sacred Styles, Secret Importation, spectacular painting shouldn't be so formidable, right? How could he kill Chang Su Wang so easily? Discussions were going on everywhere. There were even some aristocratic marquis disciples in some brothels who were bragging about it. They had some background, and most of them knew about the two secret importation styles, Arch Destruction and Spectacular Painting. They were all bragging about it, but in reality most of them were at the Unity Realm. Some were even ordinary void gods. The weaker these cultivators were, the more they loved to talk about those legendary existences. Clearly, Dongbua Shuang was an absolute expert in the legends to them, more than 50 million kilometers away from the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace. Two figures stood in midair, looking in the direction of the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace. One of them was a cold, violet-robed male with a layer of frost covering his face. By his side, an enchanting red-haired girl muttered, "Master." What a Angshan Snow Eagle! The eyes of the violet-robed male flashed with cold light. It is rumored that Ancestor Fan wants to take him in as a disciple. He is indeed quite skilled. He, Thunder King Mo Chao, was the organizer of this invasion by the Sky Sword sect into the Black Devil Four Nations. He was only an inner disciple of the Sky Sword sect, yet his status was higher than personal disciples because he was one of the two Tao protectors of the Sky Sword sect. His teacher was even more mysterious. Even though it was not publicized, the Southern Cloud sacred religion vaguely deduced that the teacher of this Thunder King, Mo Chao from the Sky Sword Nation, should be a terrifying existence from the Myriad Realms ancient nation. "Master, what should we do?" The enchanting girl by the side asked in a low voice. "Should we ask the two special envoys for help?" This invasion into the Black Devil Four Nations was very important to the Sky Sword sect. Hence, the Myriad Realms ancient nation and Summer Wind ancient nation both sent an ultra-strong expert to help out in the dark. After all, these two great ancient nations have been earning huge profits from the Sky Sword sect over a long period, and they would definitely help out during crucial moments. The two of them, this Angshan Snow Eagle killed Chang Su Wang with a flip of his hand. I can't even see through what technique he used. The violet-robed male sneered. It is impossible for the two great ancient nations to spend so much effort before they understand the background of Angshan Snow Eagle. Even though they were backed by the two great ancient nations, the experts from the Sky Sword sect still felt resentment towards the two great ancient nations. After all, they had risked their lives to spread the religion. Yet the majority of the cosmos crystals they earned were taken away by the two great ancient nations. They even put on airs in front of them, and they had to endure it. How could they not feel sullen? How could they not feel resentment? But they had no choice. How could they afford to offend the two great ancient nations? Southern Cloud King, it is fine if you don't act. But the moment you act, you are so powerful. It seems we'll have to spend more effort in the future. The violet-robed male Mo Chao frowned, but he did not know. Southern Cloud King did not know that his disciple was so formidable. Furthermore, when the news of what happened in the fiery Zhao nation was transmitted back, Southern Cloud King was slightly startled. Southern Cloud Capital, in the meditation ground of the royal palace. This brat Snow Eagle is so formidable. Southern Cloud King was incredibly startled. There were 3 black-robed men standing by his side. One of them said with a low voice, "King, do the 3 of us still need to set off?" This time, the Sky Sword sect is coming with a torrential momentum. It isn't easy to deal with them. I originally wanted to make use of this opportunity to polish Snow Eagle. But who would have thought that I have underestimated this disciple of mine? Southern Cloud King chuckled. Currently he is doing very well in the fiery Zhao nation. Then let him continue. The 3 of you have a rest first. Wait until things are more troublesome before the 3 of you set off. Withdraw for now. Yes, the 3 black-robed men acknowledged in unison. Following that, the fog dissipated, and the 3 of them disappeared. The deep eyes of Southern Cloud King were filled with curiosity. Given how wealthy he was, the strength he had was absolutely not what he displayed on the surface. The 6 great ancient nations wanted to snatch benefits from him, yet he could resist for so many years. Naturally, he had something to rely on. Asterisk, he was too busy during the New Year's Day. Asterisk. Chapter 1064. Southern Cloud King sat there. His gaze penetrated through the endless void and landed outside the fiery Zhao nation's Southern Cloud sacred palace. One could see many scenes flitting past his eyes. One of them was the scene where Dongbua Shuiying acted against Chang Su-wang. Actually, Dongbua Shuiying's strength could affect time-space, especially after his soul absorbed the mysterious aura from the higher dimensional world outside the realm Heartgreat Land. His soul had transformed. Even many tracking techniques could not trace the whereabouts of Dongbua Shuiying. Like in the past, when the avatar of Mount Chai-mei hid, Sacred Master could not find it. It was only Old Monster Stone who had unique techniques that allowed him to find the avatar of Mount Chai-mei. Given Southern Cloud King's strength, it was impossible for him to track down Dongbua Shuiying. But he knew where that battle happened beforehand. Hence, he could just observe that place and observe everything that happened previously. Strange. What technique did he use to deal with Chang Su-wang stealthily without leaving behind any traces? Southern Cloud King thought. If it were other combat techniques, the disturbance would be huge. But the illusory realm targeted the soul and did not cause any disturbance at all. Is it a soul-related technique? Or some unique secret treasure? Southern Cloud King guessed. He then chuckled. No matter what, it was good for a disciple to be more powerful. It was inevitable for powerful cultivators to have their own secrets. Southern Cloud King would not delve into it. The foundation of the Sky Sword sect is slightly weaker than my Southern Cloud sacred religion. But with the 2 great ancient nations aiding them in the dark, my Southern Cloud sacred religion is at a disadvantage in many battles. This disciple of mine is much more formidable than I expected. Southern Cloud King was looking forward to it. Just like how the 2 great ancient nations sent experts to help the Sky Sword sect in the dark, this was shady. For instance, if a mysterious expert from the Myriad Realms ancient nation appeared publicly and defeated Dongbua Shuiying, what would that signify? That mysterious expert was not a disciple of the Sky Sword sect. Even if he won, It did not represent that the absolute art from the Sky Sword sect was more formidable. Hence, only when the disciples of the two great religions competed could it prove who was stronger. Dongbua Shuang was the personal disciple of Southern Cloud King. His victory, especially with his void technique, proved how powerful the Southern Cloud sacred religion was. This caused many cultivators to think, Ing Shan Snow Eagle has joined the Southern Cloud sacred religion, and his techniques are so formidable. It is definitely not wrong for me to join the Southern Cloud sacred religion. It is sufficient for me to learn some superficial knowledge from them. The more geniuses and experts a sect had, the more attractive it would be. Fiery Zhao Nation within the Southern Cloud sacred palace. Dongbua Shuang had already dismissed his attendants and was cultivating alone. Hoo-hoo. However, there was the sound of wind whistling in the completely sealed hall. A white-robed youth was sitting cross-legged on a cattail hassock. Above him, there were already 3 beams of light that covered half of the sky. One of the beams of light was a stretch of black chaos. It was extremely heavy, and even space itself seemed to be frozen. The other ray of light was illusory and indistinct. The last ray of light was the surging void wave. The sound of the wind in the surroundings was vaguely the 4th streak of light forming. Like silk, like fog, they gathered into threads and dispersed into mist. What was condensed and dispersed was the void. The void was directly compressed into threads or split apart into pieces. It seemed to be broken, yet not truly broken. This move is always lacking by a bit. Dongbua Shuang sat there with a frown. The 4th light that he was working hard to condense dissipated. South, Dongbua Shuang, who was seated cross-legged, suddenly moved. He teleported to midair. Nevertheless, his body abruptly flattened into a piece of art. He sat cross-legged within this piece of art. Following that, this piece of art dissipated like fog. The body of Dongbua Shuang that was seated suddenly flashed before dispersing into hundreds of bodies. All of them were seated cross-legged. 5 phases, 5 phases. This fog phase is always lacking by a bit. The hundreds of seated Dongbua Shuang muttered. Oh, right. The eyes of the hundreds of Dongbua Shuang brightened at the same time. This time it felt perfect. He was filled with confidence. With a thought, the 4th light formed above him. This 4th light was truly like silk or fog. It switched between the two naturally, and the void state was as natural as flowing water. If it was used to restrain others, it could easily cut the enemy into pieces. Similarly, it could shroud and bind the enemy when it became fog. Ha ha ha! On my first day in the fiery Zhao Nation, I have already grasped the fog phase. This fiery Zhao Nation is truly a blessed land for me. Dongbua Shuang could not help but laugh. The Tao of Void. Before becoming a disciple of Southern Cloud King, Shuang had been researching the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles and the Scarlet Cloud God Spear. He had practically reached the pinnacle of primal chaos realm in these 2 directions. For the sake of becoming a cosmos god, he would naturally continue researching on different directions of the void. The more he researched, the greater the chances of him becoming a cosmos god. Hence, not long after becoming the disciple of Southern Cloud King, Shuang used the fact that he had completely grasped the destructive realm teleportation technique and chose another void-related absolute art from the Southern Cloud sacred religion. The 5 phases sealing technique, 5 phases sealing technique. This was the strongest void absolute art that the Southern Cloud sacred religion had. That's right, the strongest. Even though there were still 3 realms technique, avatar technique, and great destruction realm teleportation technique above this absolute art, 3 realms technique was a time-related absolute art. However, the 3 realms technique was a time-type ultimate art, while the cloning technique was only a life-saving technique. It was precious because it was rare and important to protect one's life. The Great Destruction Realm Teleportation Technique was even a heaven-defying movement technique. Relying on this technique, One could travel from one origin world to another. But the difficulty of cultivating it was extremely high. Only when one became a cosmos god in the Tao of Void and reached the second level of cosmos god would one be qualified to cultivate it. Furthermore, the chances of succeeding in cultivating it were not high. Dongbua Shueing was not qualified to cultivate it at all. It was different from the previous two techniques, survival and movement. The 5 phases sealing technique was a direct combat absolute art. Furthermore, it was an extremely horrifying combat absolute art. 5 phases sealing technique. The 5 different Tao paths of the void were also known as the 5 phases. They were respectively sky phase, earth phase, violent phase, mist phase, and origin phase. There were 5 different forms of the void and different Tao paths. Of the 5 phases, reaching small success in any phase would allow one to reach the 9th level. If one succeeded in cultivating all 5 phases, they could complement each other. The 5 phases sealing technique would allow one to unleash 5 different 9th level techniques at the same time. Once all 5 great techniques were fused into one, it would become incredibly violent. It was much more frightening than the Southern Cloud, 12 sacred styles. Even some of the other secret importation techniques of the Southern Cloud King could not compare to it. It was unquestionably the strongest absolute art of the Southern Cloud sacred religion, and also the hardest to cultivate. This was not the most brutal technique. It was very difficult for a person to master a 9th level technique. There were 5 different Tao paths of the void, and every Tao path required one to grasp a 9th level technique. The difficulty was even more frightening. The moment one succeeded, the Southern Cloud King would directly bestow the precious secret treasure, the 5 phases beads. By relying on the 5 phases beads, one could unleash a 10th level power in 5 different 9th level techniques. The 10th level technique could even perfectly fuse 5 different techniques together. That was when the technique was unleashed. By then, the 5 phases sealing technique could even seal the destructive realm teleportation technique. Those who were slightly weaker would be easily imprisoned or crushed to death. An ultra-tyrannical absolute art. It was also hard to cultivate. After all, there were 5 different Tao paths. Actually, the more heaven-defying the absolute art, the harsher the difficulty. For instance, the difficulty of cultivating the 3 realms technique was beyond that of the 5 phases sealing technique. Those who cultivated that absolute art had turned into a madman and even committed suicide. But after cultivating it, the terror of the 3 realms technique was beyond that of the 5 phases sealing technique. Ever since I took him as my teacher, I have currently grasped 4 phases of the 5 phases sealing technique. Dongbua Shueing thought. Fortunately, his accumulations were deep. In his previous life, he had researched on different aspects of the void, and in this life he had also researched on the Southern Cloud, 12 sacred styles, and the Scarlet Cloud lineage. I'm just lacking the final phase, the origin phase. Dongbua Shueing pondered. His gaze was looking at the void in front of him. The void was continuously magnified in his eyes. Eventually, he could see the essence of the void, layers of black fog spherical bodies forming a membrane wall. The origin phase. I have seen its origin phase in my previous life. In this life, I have even used the arch destruction to break the cage and grasp the avatar technique. But my understanding of it is still too shallow. Dongbua Shueing thought. Chapter 1065. Fortunately, I only need small success and not large success or grand perfection. Dongbua Shueing thought. This absolute art was split into 3 levels. Small success, large success, and grand perfection. Dongbua Shueing had spent quite a lot of effort on the 5 phases sealing technique, especially after creating the 9th level technique in the illusory realm. Most of his effort was spent on the Tao of Void. His accumulations were deep. The heaven phase was the Tao that the Void Primogenitor walked in his previous life. The Void Walker, lineage were absolute darlings of the void. Even though his teacher Gucci had not comprehended the destructive realm teleportation technique, he could still perform ultra-long distance, great teleportation. Even from a great distance, he could still forcefully control a huge piece of the void. His control over the void had reached an exaggerated stage. The heaven phase was precisely this kind of large-scale control over the void. The earth phase was a completely different path. It was something that materialized. But Xue Ying had once walked in the Lost World corridor for 1 trillion years. He had always been observing the structure of the Lost World corridor. The void had materialized into many ancient void trees, and they had even given birth to eggs, giving birth to many destruction devils. He comprehended for 1 trillion years, and his foundation in this aspect was deep. Thus, he cultivated the earth phase relatively quickly. The violent phase was similar to the Scarlet Cloud combat technique in many aspects. They were on the same path. Currently, Dongbua Shuiying's Scarlet Cloud combat technique had reached the pinnacle of primal chaos realm, and he could no longer improve further. When the conditions were right, success would naturally follow. The mist phase was slightly more troublesome. It was similar to the spectacular painting of the Southern Cloud 12 Sacred Styles. The origin phase was the only one that he had yet to cultivate. Actually, once Dongbua Shuiying cultivated it to this stage, he was just a strand away from becoming a cosmos god. At this stage, the number of Tao paths he could take in the Tao of Void could be counted with 2 hands. Hence, the 5 phases included the majority of Tao paths in the Tao of Void. Fiery Zhao Nation. The Sky Sword sect occupied a huge area. Within a residence, the 2 of you, my Sky Sword sect, has suffered a huge loss. A conferred king has died there. Thunder King Mo Chao, who was dressed in a purple robe, was sitting cross-legged. His gaze swept across the other 2 sitting beside him. Of the 2, one had dark red skin and a curved horn on his head. He was eating all kinds of strange metals and stones in big mouthfuls. To him, metals and stones were food. The other was even stranger. His entire body was shrouded in a black robe, and the inside of the black robe was filled with black mist. There were some insects flying in the black mist, and his eyes were formed by the gathering of some red insects. These 2 were the 2 special envoys. That person who was eating those bizarre metal rocks was from the Fan clan that came from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Of the 3 terrifying great clans in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, only the Fan clan paid attention to the outside world. The other 2 great clans were too lazy to care about the outside world. The expert shrouded in black robes was from the Myriad Realms Ancient Kingdom. I went to see that painting earlier. The black-robed expert's voice was hoarse and deep. Your Sky Sword Kingdom's Chang Su Wang has really turned into a painting. Picturesque, picturesque indeed. Similarly, a conferred king from the Sky Sword Kingdom, Thunder King Mo Chao, could not help but feel frustrated. Picturesque can't reach this stage. It might be a soul technique or some unique, secret treasure. The crimson-skinned expert casually said. He continued eating the metal rocks with jie bong sounds. If you ask me, you should have sent a 10th level expert from your Sky Sword Kingdom to fight him. I don't believe that 10th level expert could not figure out his foundation. Mo Chao did not care about him. Send. It was fine if the Sky Sword sect lost a 9th level expert. But if they lost a 10th level expert, the price they had to pay would be too huge. My Sky Sword sect has suffered such a huge loss. It should be time for the 2 of you to act. Mo Chao urged. I'll first send some children to investigate his foundation. The black-robed expert indifferently said. Right. Only after we understand his foundation can we make a plan and obtain victory in one fell swoop. The crimson-skinned expert continued eating with jie bong sounds. Don't be anxious. The habits of that old man, Southern Cloud King, are quite insidious. He would always drag things out slowly. Furthermore, he would use some underhanded methods to accumulate small victories into a huge victory. This Ingshan Snow Eagle is too young. He should be the vanguard, since he is the first to be sent over. MN, Mo Chow, and the black-robed expert both agreed. It was originally difficult to infiltrate into the Black Devil Four Nations. They had made ample preparations this time, though who would have thought that the vanguard, sent by Southern Cloud King, was so formidable? Dongbua Shue Ing wanted to cultivate the mirage and illusory realm. He could not improve it temporarily, and he did not have any secret treasures either. He was only lacking one phase for the Tao of Void, 5 phases sealing technique. As for the pinnacle of voidification, it was even harder. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Dongbua Shue Ing left the Southern Cloud's sacred palace. He began strolling around the fiery Zhao capital. Fiery Zhao capital, are there any famous places in terms of delicacies and wine? Before Dongbua Shuang left, he had asked Marquis Chuming. Marquis Chuming had a deep understanding of this. At that moment, he passed a set of information regarding delicacies and wine to Dongbua Shuang. If there's anything, just send a transmission to me. And just like that, Shui Ying brought his servant Magic Dragon to stroll around. He visited many places with delicacies. There were small taverns by the roadside or towering and vast restaurants. There were even some bustling places. As long as there were delicacies and wine, Dongbua Shui Ying would go and have a taste. The 5th place. After eating all sorts of delicacies and drinking all sorts of wine, Dongbua Shui Ying arrived outside a tavern in a good mood. Previously, he was no longer troubled by the bottleneck. At this moment, he felt relaxed and happy. Delicious. Not bad. TSK, I should buy more of this wine. Dongbua Shui Ying was enjoying his meal. His servant Magic Dragon was also forcefully requested by Dongbua Shui Ying to sit by the side and accompany him to eat. The area occupied by the tavern was not huge, and it only had a single level. Nevertheless, business was booming and there were many customers. After Dongbua Shui Ying reached grand perfection in the Southern Cloud's sacred body, he could retract his aura like a mortal. Even though his servant Magic Dragon could retract his aura as well, his concealment technique was slightly weaker. Hence, Unity Realm experts could sense the aura of the Magic Dragon. The manager of this tavern was filled with reverence and had arranged the best seats for Shui Ying. Halfway through the meal, "Scram! Hurry up and scram further away. Our master has booked this tavern. Everyone else scram." One could see a group of Unity Realm experts barging into this tavern. When the customers saw this, they were so frightened that they hurriedly left. It is actually a group of Unity Realm experts. It seems they are the subordinates of the protectors. Their master should likely have a huge origin. The majority of the customers were ordinary cultivators. There were very few Unity Realm experts. Naturally, all of them fled. In the capital of the fiery Zhao nation, if one wanted to live longer, one had to be tactful. When it was time to hide, one had to hide. The 2 of you hurry up and leave. Those Unity Realm experts pointed at Dongbua Shui Ying and his servant Magic Dragon, who were still seated there. Dongbua Shui Ying frowned slightly. The servant Magic Dragon immediately stood up. The aura on the surface of his body suddenly erupted. A surging tyrannical aura surged out. This Magic Dragon could reach the 9th level. The surging aura frightened those Unity Realm experts so much that they turned pale. The muscular Magic Dragon roared, "Scram! Hua!" At this moment, a luxurious carriage slowly descended from midair. "Master is here." Trouble. Those Unity Realm experts had ugly expressions, but they still respectfully welcomed the master outside the tavern. One could see that there was a group of protectors protecting the carriage. There were even beauties serving them. There were 2 males seated there. One was handsome and devilish-looking male who was emitting a primal chaos aura. As for the other luxurious, green-robed male, he was merely at the Unity realm. "What is going on?" The luxurious, green-robed male indifferently asked. "Your Highness, there are some customers who aren't willing to leave. One of them is a primal chaos expert," a servant below answered. "Primal chaos realm? A primal chaos expert dares to be so arrogant in the fiery Zhao capital?" The luxurious, green-robed male sneered. He was naturally disdainful. He was the 7th prince of the fiery Zhao nation, and this time he invited a personal disciple of Blood Devil religious master from the Black Devil Great Lake, who was currently at the 9th level strength. And the pupils of the handsome and devilish-looking male by his side dilated. He carefully looked at the muscular man standing and the white-robed young man seated within the tavern. He felt apprehensive. "It's him?" The handsome and devilish-looking male felt flustered. Even though Southern Cloud King and the 3 religious masters from the Black Devil Great Lake had reached a compromise, both parties had never stopped fighting. However, the fighting and killing between the 2 sides had never stopped. The Black Devil Great Lake often fought, even slaughtering people for blood sacrifices. And with the Summer Wind Ancient Nation leading the way, the Southern Cloud Nation, Snowhook Nation, and Maple Nest Nation would frequently retaliate. "Who would have thought that it is Brother Snow Eagle? Sorry for disturbing you," the handsome and devilish-looking male announced. At the same time, he transmitted to the 7th prince by the side, "Hurry up and leave. That is Ingshan Snow Eagle." What? This 7th prince was so frightened that his face turned pale. As they were prepared to leave, 3 insects of different colors came stealthily from the void. They tunneled into the 3 protectors by the side of the tavern. At that moment, the 3 protectors trembled slightly. Closely following that, they turned towards that white-robed young man who was currently calmly drinking his wine within the tavern, and Dongbua Shueing, who had always been casual and disregarded the outside world, frowned at this moment. He looked up at those 3 protectors. With his void senses, he naturally knew that those 3 strange insects had entered the bodies of those 3 protectors. Those 3 protectors were currently dead. It's a pity that the venomous insects came too suddenly. He could not save these 3 pitiful protectors in time. "Master has asked you to leave. Why aren't you leaving?" "Scram!" The 3 protectors furiously roared. They simply walked into the tavern. The 7th prince and that handsome and devilish-looking male who were about to leave on the carriage were stunned when they saw that. "You 3 fools, why aren't you leaving?" "Hurry up!" the 7th prince angrily roared. And the handsome and devilish-looking male by the side had already noticed that something was amiss. "Not good!" "Not giving face to my master? Are you seeking death?" Those 3 protectors roared. Even though they were walking, their speed was fast. They took just a few steps to reach where Dongbua Shuang was. Dongbua Shuang looked up. He placed his wine cup down, and his gaze landed on those 3 protectors. Whoa! An unseen ripple suddenly swept out. Pum! 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 The bodies of the 3 protectors instantly shattered. They dissipated in the world, revealing 3 insects of different colors. These 3 insects were unharmed. They had completely resisted against the suppression of Dongbua Shuang's Scarlet Cloud Domain. Chapter 1066. Under the invisible and terrifying ripples, the 3 insects with completely different auras were completely unharmed. The moment they appeared, the guards outside the tavern, the 7th prince, and the handsome man sitting in the chariot couldn't help but tremble, and a sense of fear and awe welled up in their hearts. Of the 3 insects, one was faintly discernible. It was a translucent, silver, poisonous insect. Another was a black insect. It seemed the most ordinary. The final insect was the one that instilled fear in the surrounding cultivators. It was a dark green insect that was currently emitting a horrifying fog. This fog naturally affected Dongbua Shueing and his servant Magic Dragon, who were closest to it. Not good. Such a terrifying poisonous insect. The expression of the handsome devilish male changed greatly. There was once an unparalleled existence in the realm heart, great land, who nurtured insects. He was called Devouring Realm Great Emperor. He had even opened up a unique space and sealed a large number of subordinates. He even bestowed some formidable poisonous insects to his subordinates, allowing them to fuse as one, allowing some of the weaker subordinates to become ultra-strong experts. That was during the period before the First War of the Ancient Nations. The realm heart great land was incredibly chaotic, and many experts were scattered all over the place. Hence, the historical records were vague. Nonetheless, that devouring realm great emperor was ultimately an unparalleled existence comparable to Ancestor Fan. Hence, there were many records regarding him. Even now, many cultivators were searching for some historical remains left behind by this devouring realm great emperor. That's right, devouring realm great emperor had died before the First War of the Ancient Nations. The reason for his death was vague. There was the shadow of the myriad realms ancient nation behind it, because the absolute art the devouring realm great emperor created to nurture and control insects, the devouring realm true scripture, was currently in the hands of one of the 5 supreme ancestors of the myriad realms ancient nation, Realm Beast King. Currently, almost all experts who specialized in controlling poisonous insects came from the myriad realms ancient nation. An expert from the myriad realms ancient nation to deal against Ing Shan Snow Eagle from the Southern Cloud sacred religion? The handsome devilish male felt his heart turning cold. He wanted to stay as far away from these 2 experts as possible. Nevertheless, the battle happened too quickly. The poisonous fog spread too quickly, and the surrounding space had been sealed. He could not escape in time. Poisonous insects? From the myriad realms ancient nation? Dongbua Shueing was still sitting there, but a short stick appeared in his hand, and he started to casually knock on the ground with it. Although he was sitting in the same place, the tip of the short stick strangely appeared at every insect and knocked on them. Bang, bang, bang. It seemed like 3 random knocks, but there was a mysterious aura faintly dissipating from the knocks. Among the 3 poisonous insects, only the dark green insect that emitted the poisonous fog was immediately shattered into powder. Although the other 2 poisonous insects were smashed and rolled, they were not damaged at all. Dongbua Shueing was shocked. It seemed as if he was casually striking out, but in reality he was executing one of the secret impartation techniques of the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles, Arch Destruction. This was definitely a powerful and tyrannical move. This move, combined with the Crimson Cloud domain, avoided the weakness of a direct attack that could be easily blocked. Instead, it would appear directly in front of the enemy, and its power would completely explode. However, he only managed to kill 1 poisonous insect. This poisonous insect has such a strong body. The path of insect beasts is indeed terrifying. Dongbua Shueing was inwardly startled. Cultivators were extremely careful when refining their bodies. They would not allow themselves to be injured. If their soul was damaged or destroyed, they would die. But the insect beasts were different. The insect beasts could reproduce in large numbers, and even though it was rare to nurture a poisonous insect to a frightening level, it would merely be a loss if it died. Hence, the Tao of insect could be continuously researched and nurtured into different poisonous insects that specialized in different aspects. The Arch Destruction could break apart the cage, yet I could only destroy one of the 3 poisonous insects. The devouring realm true scripture is indeed formidable. Dongbua Shueing thought, every single one of the supreme 5 ancestors from the myriad realms ancient nation was frightening. Even the powerful summer wind ancient nation was vaguely suppressed by them. Die. Dongbua Shueing once again waved the short stick. Those 2 insects that were smashed by the Arch Destruction were once again struck by the short stick. The short stick seemed ordinary, yet in reality it was a transformation of the scarlet cloud god spear. It was not necessary for him to engage in close combat against these poisonous insects. Pooh! Pooh! The short stick struck its target once again. The faintly discernible silver poisonous insect trembled, yet it remained unharmed. As for the black insect, its body trembled violently. Blood leaked out from its mouth and nose, and its aura became significantly weaker. This is the first time I fought against a 10th level piercing void. It is so difficult to kill insects. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes brightened. Void Pierce was the most ruthless and troublesome killing move in Crimson Cloud combat technique. Even battle formations were useless in front of it. Even if one wore some powerful secret treasures to protect themselves, Void Pierce could ignore the secret treasures and enter their bodies to destroy them. Pung, pung, pung. The short stick in Dongbua Shuiying's hand turned into an afterimage. In an instant, it struck the black insect 19 times, causing it to explode. Instead, it was Dongbua Shuiying who was unable to get close to the venomous silver insect with just 2 strikes, preventing it from escaping. There is such a unique insect. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes lit up as he stared at the faintly discernible silver poisonous insect. The silver poisonous insect wanted to attack, but Dongbua Shuiying easily blocked it. Hua! First, he waved his hand. The entire space was flattened and turned into a painting. The silver poisonous insect also became part of the painting. However, the painting soon crumbled, and the silver poisonous insect continued to fly out. I can't kill it or capture it, so I have to use my illusory technique? Dongbua Shuiying thought to himself. He knew that the owner of these poisonous insects could use them to understand the entire battle. Once he used his illusory technique, he would be exposed. Previously, although he used it against Chang Su Wang was instantly killed without anyone noticing. However, since he dared to use it previously, he didn't mind it too much. After all, he had mastered the doppelganger technique, and there was no need for him to be so secretive. Such a unique insect. In order to capture it, it doesn't matter if I have to use my illusory technique. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the faintly discernible silver poisonous insect with anticipation in his eyes. He sent a thought. Wang. The formless illusory technique swept over. No matter how heaven-defying a poisonous insect was, it was unable to resist against Dongbua Shuiying's illusory technique. Instantly, it froze in midair and started to fall. South Dongbua Shuiying stretched out his hand and grabbed the silver poisonous insect that he had destroyed. How unique! Dongbua Shuiying looked at it carefully. With his void realm under his observation, the faintly discernible body of the silver poisonous insect expanded rapidly, becoming like a huge continent. There were countless mysterious runes circulating on the body of this silver poisonous insect. These mysterious runes were naturally formed when the poisonous insect was being nurtured. This caused the silver poisonous insect to be innately compatible with the countless black fog spherical particles of the void. Each and every action of the silver poisonous insect would cause the black fog spherical particles to change. Even if it was attacked, it could borrow the power of the void to negate the attack. Even though it had not reached the pinnacle of voidification, Dongbua Shuiying's unpredictable, piercing through void, this silver poisonous insect was able to negate about 98% of the force. The remaining force was easily withstood by its terrifying body. This voidification ability is compatible with the essence of the void. It is truly mystical. Dongbua Shuiying had been bitterly comprehending the origin phase of the 5 phases sealing technique for many years. Now that he saw a mystical creature that could control the black fog spherical particles, he naturally could not help but want to capture it. Even though cultivation was mystical, origin worlds were similarly mystical. For instance, The destruction devils that were born in the origin world primal chaos void were like General Mogu. They had reached the pinnacle of voidification at birth. Even in the realm heart great land, an origin world, Shui-Ing was able to nurture a poisonous insect that was so terrifying. On the contrary, if one wanted to cultivate to this level, it would be extremely difficult. Go, let us return. Dongbui Shui-Ing stood up. Now that he had gotten his hands on the silver poisonous insect, he no longer had the mood to enjoy delicacies. He only wanted to enter closed-door cultivation to study the essence of the void. Yes. His servant, Magic Dragon, acknowledged, saying it was slow. In reality, Dongbui Shui-Ing merely sat there. First, he used an unseen ripple to eliminate the 3 protectors that were controlled by him. Following that, he took up a short rod and struck 3 poisonous insects. No matter how the 3 poisonous insects tried to fly, the short rod would strangely land on their bodies. 2 were killed and 1 was captured. As for the remnant poisonous fog, Shui-Ing controlled it with his void domain and teleported it a few million kilometers high in the sky. Without the source of the poisonous insects controlling it, the strength of the poisonous fog would naturally weaken until it dissipated. The group of people outside the wine shop were all respectfully watching as that white-robed young man brought his servant away. Chapter 1067. Within a residence within the inner department of the Sky Sword Sect Palace, there was a black-robed expert seated cross-legged. Beneath his black robe was fog, and within the fog there were poisonous insects flying about. His pair of eyes formed from red insects remained calm, exterminating a soul-leading poisonous insect in a single move? This power, he must have grasped the arch-destruction. He has grasped the 2 secret importation techniques of the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. It seems he has grasped the Avatar technique too. How troublesome! Since he has grasped the Avatar technique, he is truly an undefeatable opponent. Like the famous Gong Liang Yi from the Southern Cloud sacred religion, he could move unhindered in all directions with a single sword. He had contributed greatly to the Southern Cloud sacred religion, yet he had fallen twice. Those 2 times were because Southern Cloud King could not save him in time. But even if he fell, he could easily make a comeback due to his avatars. The Power Devil insect has died so quickly, he has almost grasped the Scarlet Cloud combat technique as well. The pupils of the black-robed expert dilated. The Power Devil insect was named after the Power Devil. It was an extremely tyrannical insect, and it was also the poisonous insect he mainly nurtured. About 1/3 of the top-graded poisonous insects were Power Devil insects. This insect had incredibly strong bodies. Even 10th level experts had a hard time killing them. Furthermore, their attacks were incredibly violent. But the Scarlet Cloud combat technique was extremely vicious. Most could not resist against it even if one had a strong fleshy body or secret treasures. He did not have the Scarlet Cloud combat technique absolute art. He comprehended it with just a spear. The black-robed expert softly shook his head. The Void Dragon insect has died too. Illusory realm? The strand of consciousness that the black-robed expert left in the 3 insects was extinguished. But he naturally did not care about this little loss. He has grasped the 2 secret importation techniques, comprehended the Scarlet Cloud combat technique almost entirely, and has at least an 8th level illusory realm technique? The black-robed expert pondered. Naturally, Dongbui Shui-Ing did not need to use his full strength to deal with a single poisonous insect. He merely unleashed an 8th level illusory realm technique to extinguish the consciousness of the poisonous insect. I have done almost everything. I have lost 3 formidable poisonous insects, and I have almost grasped the techniques of Yingshan Snow Eagle. Next, it should be time for them to act. The black-robed expert was relaxed. Even though this little loss was slightly painful, it was not hard to nurture more insects after spending more treasures. figure out the enemy's background. The next step was to lay out a plan to assassinate Dong Bushwang. An opponent that was easy to deal with could be dealt with openly, and it would also increase the reputation of the Sky Sword Path. And Ing Shan Snow Eagle was too hard to deal with. It was better to eliminate him in the dark. This time, the Sky Sword Path had advanced into the Black Devil Four Nations, and with the support of 2 ancient nations, they were naturally well prepared. Get rid of him secretly. The only thing we need to be careful of is his illusory realm technique. But he had cultivated for a short period, and the Southern Cloud sacred religion did not have any formidable mirage and illusory realm absolute art. Hence, it should not be that strong. Furthermore, ever since the birth of Ing Shan Snow Eagle, not a single mirage and illusory realm 10th level secret treasure was sold in the realm heart, Great Land. Most likely, his illusory realm had not reached the 9th level. Otherwise, that old man Southern Cloud King would have bought a mirage and illusory realm secret treasure for his disciple. To be able to deal with Chang Su Wang, even if the illusion realm isn't at the 9th level, it should be at the peak of the 8th level. The experts from the Sky Sword sect began discussing in the dark. Even though the Scarlet Cloud combat technique and Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles were formidable, they were not afraid of them. Even Scarlet Cloud Paragon Master was killed in the past. Being one of the 10 great religions, the Sky Sword sect could naturally deal against a 10th level expert if they wanted to. The only headache was the illusory realm. If it was at the 10th level, that would be truly frightening. Under the envelopment of the illusory realm, if one could withstand it, one would live. Otherwise, one would die. Fortunately, absolute arts at the 10th level were too precious, and they were not taught to outsiders. It was impossible for Ing Shan Snow Eagle to learn them. Only by relying on secret treasures could one hope to reach the 10th level. Over the past billions of years, not a single 10th level mirage and illusory realm secret treasure was sold. Hence, everyone was still at ease. If there were any secret treasures sold, they would most likely have to investigate further. If they ascertained that Dongbua Shui-ing had an illusory realm technique at the 10th level, they would most likely give up on this plan of advancing into the Sky Sword sect. An illusory realm expert at the 10th level could practically sweep across 99% of 10th level experts. Every single one of them was an existence that could cause the expressions of others to change. The Sky Sword sect and the Southern Cloud sacred religion would likely start negotiating again. The plan has been set. A total of 5 10th level experts will be working together. The few of them have arrived. We can act anytime. Ing Shan Snow Eagle is currently in closed-door cultivation within the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace. Let's wait until he leaves the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace before acting. After all, the Sacred Palace is filled with many arrays. It will be disadvantageous to us if we act there. The Sky Sword sect was extremely patient. 5 experts. 1 came from the Myriad Realms Ancient Nation, 2 from the Fan Clan, and 2 from the Sky Sword sect. These were specially deployed according to the assassination plan. Not just the Fan Clan or the Myriad Realms Ancient Nation. They had many experts under them. Many 10th level experts cultivated extremely terrifying, secret importation techniques. No choice. They had a huge backing. The stronger they were, the greater the advantage the ancient nation had, because they had many formidable secret importation techniques. Any cosmos god at the same level from an ancient nation could deal against several experts from outside the nation. This was also the reason why many experts from the 6 great ancient nations disdained those from outside the nation. Within the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace, within a meditation room, Dongbua Shui-ing was currently in closed-door cultivation. According to the records, this insect beast should be called the Void Dragon Insect. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the floating corpse of an indistinct silver venomous insect. For the sake of research, He had even used the intelligence system of the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion to collect information regarding this insect beast. The cultivation technique to nurture venomous insects was precious and hard to find, but it was easy to obtain information on some common knowledge regarding venomous insects. There were a total of 39 void-related insects recorded in the records. The void dragon insect was merely one of them. Interesting. It could actually control and influence the black fog spherical particles, allowing its voidification ability to reach such a standard. In terms of voidification, it isn't any weaker than me. Dongbua Shui sighed inwardly. His voidification ability was likely beyond that of his senior disciple brother Gongliang Yi and senior disciple sister Empress Ghostly. On one hand, it was the 10th level grand perfection Southern Cloud sacred body. On the other hand, the accumulation of Dongbua Shuiying's research on voidification was too profound. The walker's hidden secret specialized in voidification. Emperor Jiyun's 4 diagrams also contained an inheritance that allowed him to reach the pinnacle of voidification. He had even comprehended the scaled armor of General Mogu. He wanted to grasp the pinnacle of voidification at the primal chaos realm. Even though he had yet to achieve it, his voidification realm was extremely high. Using the Southern Cloud sacred body to execute the voidification technique, it wasn't any weaker than this void dragon insect. But my direction is to fuse with the essence of the void and become one with it. Dongbua Shuiying thought, yet I have never controlled the essence of the void before. Control? Control? Dongbua Shuiying pondered. This was another direction. He wanted to research on different aspects of the Tao of Void. After all, different paths led to the same goal. His goal wasn't just to become a cosmos god. He wanted to kill the sacred master in the future. No matter if it was to take revenge for his teacher or for the cultivators who were harmed by the sacred master in the primal chaos void, he would still die in the hands of the sacred master if he did not have the realm heart order. Hence, this person had to be killed. The pursuit of the sacred master was to control all sentient beings. It was something that every cultivator who pursued for grand transcendence could not tolerate. Life and death were not in his control. With a single order from the sacred master, he could even kill his close friends and family. Dongbua Shuiying felt that living like this was no better than death. For the sake of himself, he would harm all cultivators. Many wanted to kill the sacred master, but it's a pity that he was still the strongest expert in the primal chaos void. It is an opportunity for me to come to the realm heart, great land. I have to improve my strength in a down-to-earth manner. Dongbua Shuiying thought. He no longer thought about it. The strength of the sacred master was too frightening, and he was still too far away from him. As he researched on the corpse of the void dragon insect, half a month passed. The Sky Sword sect remained quiet and patient. The patience of the cultivators was huge. They had dispatched 5 10th-level experts specifically to deal against Dongbua Shuiying. Naturally, they were patient. They wanted to eliminate Yingshan Snow Eagle in one fell swoop and let the Southern Cloud sacred religion feel pain. Even though the avatars of Yingshan Snow Eagle could be cultivated back after being eliminated, many treasures were required to reach grand perfection in the Southern Cloud sacred body. Furthermore, the Scarlet Cloud God Spear was precious too. The moment he died, it would be snatched away. These naturally made the Southern Cloud sacred religion and Dongbua Shuiying feel pain. Amen. After researching for half a month, Dongbua Shuiying had gained many insights. Not enough. Just a single void dragon insect isn't enough. Dongbua Shuiying could feel his understanding of the essence of the void improving. He immediately gave an order through the Southern Cloud sacred religion to place an order with the Fan clan in the fiery Zhao capital. I require the void lineage of the insect race, other than the void dragon insect, the other 38 insect corpses. I only need one of each, and they must be at the pinnacle of primal chaos realm. Dongbua Shui Ing ordered. Fan Clan, being a superpower with a foundation stronger than the Moonflower Ancient Nation and Towering Sky Ancient Nation. There were many factions within. They had many claws and fangs. They helped the Sky Sword Sect and extracted many benefits from them. There were also those who befriended the Southern Cloud King. There were also assassins and a large number of merchants. Hence, even if they became enemies with some experts from the Fan Clan, they could similarly befriend other experts from the Fan Clan. After all, there were all kinds of birds in the forest. This forest of the Fan Clan was too big. There were too many experts, and there were too many factions too. They had more experts than the entire Black Devil Great Lake. If not for the 3 religious masters of the Black Devil Great Lake relying on the unique environment of the Black Devil Great Lake, they would have been hunted down by the Fan Clan. Brother Snow Eagle, I've just inquired. The Fan Clan's shop over at the fiery Zhao capital doesn't have any primal chaos realm insect corpses of the void lineage. Because very few of them are needed here, they have to be transferred from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, and it will take half a day for them to be sent over. 38 different void lineage insect corpses of the pinnacle of primal chaos realm will cost a total of 130 million cosmos crystals. Marquis Chu Ming transmitted. All right. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. Insect corpses were commonly traded, because the most common way for those insects to improve was to devour the corpses of other insects. Hence, insect corpses were frequently traded. Living poisonous insects at the pinnacle of primal chaos realm were expensive, and dead ones were much cheaper. But for 38 different species, each of them would cost 130 million cosmos crystals. One could imagine that the Tao of insect required a vast amount of resources. Just half a day later, Brother Snow Eagle, Marquis Chu Ming brought along a manager from the Fan Clan in the fiery Zhao capital. He was here to deliver the goods. Sir Snow Eagle. This manager passionately passed over a light green bottle. Dongbua Shui Ing received the bottle. He pulled out the cork and extended his senses. There were 38 different insect corpses within, and all of them had reached the pinnacle of primal chaos realm. Dongbua Shui Ing did not doubt the credibility of the Fan Clan shop. Chapter 1068. The Fan Clan was ranked in the top 3 across the entire Realm Heart Great Land in terms of selling treasures. Being a shop, their reputation was fundamental. Sir Snow Eagle, feel free to instruct me if you need anything. There are many rare treasures in the Realm Heart Great Land that my Fan Clan doesn't have. That manager passionately said. Amen, Dongbua Shui Ing acknowledged. He threw over an ordinary storage wristband that contained 130 million cosmos crystals. Marquis Chu Ming, many thanks for your help. I'll be entering closed-door cultivation now. There's no need to disturb me if there isn't anything important. Dongbua Shui Ing instructed before rushing into closed-door cultivation. Hung Long Long. The palace door closed. Dongbua Shui Ing sat there cross-legged by himself. He opened a light green bottle, causing many void lineage insect corpses to fly out. All of them had reached the pinnacle of primal chaos realm. They had different appearances and sizes. Some were as big as a mountain. Dongbua Shui Ing controlled the void. Even though the space within the palace hall wasn't huge, he was able to open up a small space with the insect corpses within. These life forms are mysterious. In my hometown, the Tao of insects is much weaker. Dongbua Shui Ing sighed inwardly. In the primal chaos void, none of the Tao of insects had reached the cosmos god realm, and in the realm heart great land, the devouring realm great emperor had reached an unparalleled level in the Tao of insects, comparable to Ancestor Fan and the others. Nonetheless, he fell. Ever since the existence of the realm heart great land, several unparalleled existences had fallen. There were even more at the level of Scarlet Cloud Paragon Master. No choice. There were too many experts here, and they had all sorts of techniques. It was normal for unparalleled existences to fall in a battle at the apex. Amen? Dongbua Shui Ing carefully studied them. Including the void dragon insect, these 39 species were all species that had reached the pinnacle of primal chaos realm in the long history of the realm heart Great Land. Every single one of them had gone through countless failures before succeeding. They contained the crystallization of the predecessor's wisdom. Mysterious. Every single one of them is mysterious. Dongbua Shui Ing became more and more infatuated as he looked at them. Every insect that could reach the pinnacle of primal chaos realm had a unique characteristic. There were a total of 25 types of black fog spherical particles that could manipulate the essence of the void. As for those that were proficient in voidification, there were a total of 37 of them. It couldn't be helped. As a void-type insect beast, it was almost instinctive for it to be proficient in voidification. Voidification actually has so many tricks? Dongbua Shui Ying's eyes lit up. If he were to immerse himself in cultivation for billions of years, he probably wouldn't be able to think of so many directions. With the insect beast's corpse in front of him, he came to a sudden realization. Without pointing it out, it was very difficult to comprehend it. At that moment, Dongbua Shui Ying was in a frenzy. Reaching a bottleneck in one's cultivation was a very painful thing, because no matter how hard one thought, there would be no results. On the other hand, the feeling of constant enlightenment was very wonderful. He could feel himself improving at all times, and his understanding of the void was constantly improving. No matter how long he cultivated, he would not feel tired. The corpses of each void worm beast represented their own uniqueness. His understanding of the 5 phases sealing technique's true form was also gradually increasing. His understanding of voidification was also improving. Strange. Why is he in closed-door cultivation for so long? Why isn't he coming out? Force him out. The experts sent over by the Sky Sword sect were quite patient. After all, with their strength, they could enter closed-door cultivation for hundreds of millions of years. But currently, it was a crucial moment in the battle between the Sky Sword sect and the Southern Cloud sacred religion. At this moment, that Shan Snow Eagle actually entered closed-door cultivation for several 100,000 years. That was too daring, right? Unless he thought that the Sky Sword sect would not act. On the 90,000th year of Dongbua Shui Ying's closed-door cultivation, a sharp claw appeared mysteriously amidst the heavy rain. It directly tore apart the array protection of the fiery Zhao capital's Southern Cloud sacred palace, snatching away the painting that had always been hanging there. This sacred palace was much bigger than the Southern Cloud sacred palace in Ardent Fire City. Its array was much more formidable too. Only a cosmos god could break it apart. Clearly, it was a cosmos god who acted in the dark. It's a pity that Dongbua Shui Ying remained in closed-door cultivation. Gradually, the Sky Sword sect began provoking the Southern Cloud sacred religion, increasing the number of battles with them. But because they were wary of Dongbua Shui Ying, the provocation from the Sky Sword sect was not too huge. The truly formidable experts were not willing to act because they were not confident of dealing against Shan Snow Eagle. They only needed to provoke Shan Snow Eagle into appearing. By then, they could kill him in one fell swoop. Marquis Chu Ming was ordered by Dongbua Shui Ying not to disturb him unless there was something important. Hence, his closed-door cultivation was very quiet. I have been in closed-door cultivation for 300,000 years, yet I have yet to grasp the origin phase. Instead, I am approaching grand perfection in the pinnacle of voidification. Shui Ying held onto the faint green jade bottle. Those void insect corpses all flew into the bottle. Following that, Shui Ying stuffed the cork back into the bottle before leaving. Hong long long, the door opened. Dongbua Shui Ying walked out. He stood within the courtyard looking at the sky. It was currently late at night. This realm heart great land was different from the primal chaos void. There was neither a sun nor a moon here. In the middle of the night, only the light of the Guardian Formation above the fiery Zhao Nation's capital could barely illuminate the capital. Pinnacle of voidification? Dongbua Shueing sighed. These void insects had given him many inspirations in the aspect of voidification. He had improved greatly in this aspect, and had reached an unfathomable stage in the aspect of voidification. Dongbua Shueing reckoned that he should be comparable to his teacher Gu Qi in the aspect of voidification. He was just a single strand away from reaching grand perfection. In terms of the grasp of voidification, Dongbua Shueing felt that he had surpassed almost all void insects. Now, I just need a little bit of enlightenment to break through the final strand of obstruction. Dongbua Shueing was currently thinking about the scaled armor of General Emogu, because only the inscriptions on that scaled armor were at the primal chaos realm level and had reached grand perfection. It was concise and filled with a mystical sense of beauty. It was much more concise than Emperor Jiyun's cultivation technique to the pinnacle of voidification and void primogenitor's cultivation technique. Even though the void insects had their own specialties, they had not reached the pinnacle of voidification. They were merely a reference for Dongbua Shueing to think in different directions. I'm just lacking a final breakthrough. Dongbua Shueing pondered for a moment before temporarily throwing it to the back of his mind. Origin phase? Dongbua Shueing felt helpless too. It was truly difficult to reach the pinnacle of voidification. Even Southern Cloud King and Emperor Jiyun could not create a cultivation technique that allowed them to grasp the pinnacle of voidification at the primal chaos realm. Naturally, they did not have an opportunity like Dongbua Shueing to research on the scaled armor of General Emogu. Void, primogenitor, might succeed if he researched on it for a longer period. It's a pity that Dongbua Shueing could not return now. But origin phase was comparatively easier. After all, he only needed to reach small success. There was no need for him to reach grand perfection or grand perfection. I've researched on too many void insects and pondered on too many directions. This has messed up my heart. After all, I only need to reach small success. Dongbua Shueing thought, calm down, calm down. I should continue researching on the direction that I am most confident in. I should be able to succeed by then. Brother Snow Eagle. Marquis Chu Ming hurried over. He sensed that the door to the closed door of Dongbua Shueing's palace had opened. Marquis Chu Ming, I'm going out for a walk. Dongbua Shueing said, to relax. You have to be more careful. It is fine within the sacred palace, but who knows if the Sky Sword sect might have some hidden techniques to deal with you outside. Marquis Chu Ming reminded. Rest assured. Dongbua Shueing chuckled. He clearly did not care about this. Furthermore, in his heart, he was still vaguely looking forward to a battle that could give him sufficient pressure, might allow him to break through. As Dongbua Shueing stealthily left the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace and walked alone on the streets of the fiery Zhao capital, even though it was nighttime, many shops were still open. Many restaurants were still bustling with activity. After all, to cultivators, there was not much difference between night and day. And in the surroundings, there were naturally scouts arranged by the Sky Sword sect. Discovered Ing Shan Snow Eagle. Ing Shan Snow Eagle has appeared. He left the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace by himself. Many pieces of information were immediately reported upwards. Chapter 1069. In a hall of the Sky Sword Sect Palace, 7 figures gathered here. The one sitting at the head of the table was naturally the person in charge of the Black Devil 4 nations, Thunder King Emo Chao. Emo Chao was dressed in a purple robe as he sat there with a smile on his face as he looked around. The surrounding experts were all 10th level experts, and their origins were extraordinary. The 3 on the left were from the Myriad Realms Ancient Kingdom. Aside from the mysterious expert with venomous insects under his black robe, the other 2 were also extraordinary. One was a youth with dazzling red hair, and there was a wisp of flame rising from his forehead. Anyone with a bit of insight would be able to tell that he was a core disciple of one of the two most mysterious clans in the Myriad Realms' ancient kingdom, the Blazing Clan. Only those with a sufficiently pure bloodline would be able to naturally manifest a divine flame. The black-robed expert, the core expert of the Blaze Clan, and a short-haired man draped in a black cloak. The other side, there were the man with dark red skin and two experts from the Sky Sword Path. Your Highness, Blaze Wind, this time we'll have to rely on you. If you can't suppress that Ingshan Snow Eagle, it'll be hard for us to kill him within a short period. Thunder King Mo Chao said, once the battle drags on, Southern Cloud King will be able to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, the dazzling, red-haired teenager nonchalantly said. Southern Cloud King received the news first before acting from such a great distance. We have already attacked several times and should have exterminated that Ingshan Snow Eagle. At their level, the speed at which they fought was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they had attacked several times. Moreover, we even invited Rain, Dustwalker this time. The dazzling red-haired youth looked at the short-haired man in a black cloak. The black-cloaked, short-haired man smiled and said, Your Highness is overpraising me. There is also General Fan Chu Hu, one of the 100 battle devil gods of the Fan clan. With Rain, Dustwalker, and brother Fan Chu Hu working together, there naturally wouldn't be any mishaps. The dazzling, red-haired teenager said, Huh. The crimson-skinned horn man who was eating metal and stone laughed out loud as well. Your Highness, Blaze Wind, you praise me too much. Fan Chu Hu. In the past, the Fan clan's skyrending great paragon had a total of 99 ultra-powerful experts under him. It was skyrending great paragon who obtained a piece of rare and unique scarlet Devil 9 Dream Beast core stone after died, under a unique opportunity. In the end, he relied on it to reconstruct the 99 experts, and all of them were at the 10th level strength. These 99 were also known as the 100 battle demonic gods. During the later stages of the First War of the Ancient Nations, they had already made many contributions. Each of their bodies was incomparably tyrannical, and their strength was boundless. However, after a long period of time, there were only 30 or so 100 battle demonic gods left. General Chu, who will be working with you in a little while, the black-cloaked man said with a faint smile. Haha, it's all thanks to Rain Dustwalker. I just had to put in a bit of effort. Fan Chu, who was also very polite. The three of them were talking. On the other hand, he didn't pay much attention to the other two experts in this operation, because 10th level experts had differences in strength too. If one grasped a formidable secret importation or a horrifying secret treasure, it was normal for him to fight against 3 to 4 other 10th level experts. For instance, Dongbua Shui-ing grasped the formidable Scarlet Cloud combat technique and Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles at the same time. He also had a Scarlet Cloud God Spear. If he fought with White Cloud Devil Master, he would be able to suppress him completely. Even 3 to 4 of them could not do anything to him. One of the 100 battle demonic gods, Fan Chu Hu, the noble core disciple of the Blaze clan, His Highness Blaze Wind, and a walker under one of the 5 ancestors from the Myriad Realms' ancient nation, Drifter Rain Dustwalker. The origins of these 3 were huge. Comparatively speaking, the 2 experts sent by the Sky Sword sect had much smaller origins. Humph! The Myriad Realms Ancient Nation and Summerwind Ancient Nation are both arrogant. They are looking down on us 2 brothers. The 2 experts seated there, one wearing a water blue robe and the other wearing a fiery red robe, transmitted to each other. They did not say anything at all. All right, Ingshan Snow Eagle is currently walking casually on the streets. Fellow cultivators can move any time. Thunder King Mo Chao chuckled. His eyes were filled with expectation. I'll wait here for the good news from fellow cultivators. Amen. The dazzling red-haired teenager stood up. Let's not waste any more time. Let's set off now. All right. Rain, Dustwalker, and Fan Chu, who both stood up. The two experts from the Sky Sword sect also stood up. Go. Who? They disappeared stealthily. On the streets, Dongbua Shueing leisurely walked by himself. The surrounding air was cool. Looking at the bustling scene of shops and the occasional luxurious carriages flying across the sky, Dongbua Shueing felt much more relaxed. In his mind, bits and pieces of comprehension towards the origin phase of the 5 phases sealing technique began appearing and colliding with each other. Hua! It was silent. Dongbua Shueing felt the surrounding streets becoming much quieter. Sounds transmitted over from afar had become low and deep. His movements had also slowed down. Not good. How could Dongbua Shueing not know that he had fallen into a trap? In the distant sky, the dazzling, red-haired teenager stood there. He pointed in the direction of Dongbua Shueing, causing time to descend and envelop Dongbua Shueing. This, His Highness Blaze Wind sneered, controlling time is a talent that I awakened. Furthermore, I have cultivated the scroll of the past from the 3 realms technique. Humph. I'm afraid you're still lacking if you want to break free from my time domain. Kill. Die. At this moment, a water blue-robed expert and a fiery red-robed expert acted at the same time. Everything was going according to their plan. It was going smoothly. Open, open, open. Dongbua Shueing understood that he had fallen into the enemy's time domain. Here, the flow of time would be controlled by others. In reality, the stronger one was, the harder it would be to control the surrounding time. Just like back in the Great Void Heaven Temple, the price to accelerate the time of a primal chaos expert was huge. Furthermore, that was the interior of a powerful secret treasure that was deliberately refined. If the enemy wanted to control a region of the outside world, especially when Dongbua Shueing had to resist, the difficulty would be much higher. Hong long long, many circular void maelstrom appeared on the surface of Dongbua Shueing's body. These maelstrom were like 3 revolving void stairs that revolved around the surface of Dongbua Shueing's body. It was none other than the protective technique of the Scarlet Cloud combat technique. Break. Wielding the Scarlet Cloud God Spear, Shueing stirred the surrounding void, causing it to rumble. He did not even have the time to execute the Arch Destruction or other techniques before the enemy's attack arrived, because the flow of time was too slow, causing his movements to be slow as well. He could barely execute his protective technique and domain with a single thought. Hua! A deep blue fog immediately invaded his body. It came too quickly and was too cold. It was so cold that Dongbua Shueing felt his entire body stiffen. At the same time, a surge of fiery red particles invaded his body. It was too hot, so hot that his body was about to melt. These 2 attacks were too fast. Furthermore, they completely enveloped the time domain, and Shueing was trapped within the time domain. He was forced to endure the attacks. One was extremely cold, and the other was extremely hot. They were all 10th level techniques. Gee. The left half of his body was incomparably cold. It felt as if every single cell particle was about to stop fluctuating. Under this coldness, everything was about to stop. Chi. The right half of his body was too hot. Shueing felt his body was about to melt. Following that, this horrifying heat clashed with another wave of extreme cold within his body. Wang. What a fellow. He isn't dead yet? Regardless of whether it was His Highness Blaze Wind who controlled the time domain or other experts, even the black-robed expert and Thunder King and Mo Chao who were watching the battle from afar, all of them felt startled, because one was extremely cold and the other extremely hot. Furthermore, they were both 10th level techniques, and Shueing could not resist them at all. The damage dealt to his body was too horrifying. It was 10 times more terrifying than simply resisting the extreme cold or heat. Even grand perfection, southern cloud, sacred body should have directly collapsed. But Dongbua Shui-ing withstood it. Cold, hot. Dongbua Shui-ing felt uncomfortable as his body suffered from the opposite stimulation. Yet his body withstood it. Break. He could even forcibly control his body. He pierced out with the spear in his hand into the void. Hong, arch destruction. Even though an extremely small crack appeared, and a mysterious aura was emitting from it, that crack instantly closed up. The entire time, Domain trembled for a moment before remaining stable. General Chu Hu. That black-cloaked, short-haired male chuckled. Rain Dust Walker. Fan Chu Hu was calm. He had experienced many massacres since the First War of the Ancient Nations until now. To him, this situation was merely playing around. Hong, Hong. The two of them acted at the same time. A dark green great hammer appeared in the hands of the black-cloaked, short-haired male. He waved the great hammer soundlessly. Everywhere it passed, it did not cause any fluctuations. The wind did not move, and neither did the dust move. The great hammer silently smashed towards Dongbua Shui, and Fan Chu, who simply extended his hand. His palm expanded, and an enormous scarlet bronze palm smashed over. Hong Long Long, the void was torn apart, and many waves were formed in the surroundings. This power was much more violent and ferocious than any previous move. It was likely that ordinary cosmos gods could not compare to this palm. The tyrannical reputation of the 100 Battle Devil God was forged through countless massacres. Two famous existences had unleashed their killing moves at the same time. One was silent, and the other was filled with power. Both descended at the same time. Chapter 1070. Not good. Shui-ing could not help but feel his heart tightening as he faced the seemingly ordinary great hammer and the enormous scarlet palm with a heaven-toppling might. He felt a sense of threat rising from the unseen world. Previously, even though he was affected by the time domain and was then attacked by the two opposing 10th-level techniques of water and fire, he did not feel any threat at all, even though his body could withstand it. At this moment, he felt it. This was the true killing move of this sneak attack. It is the Rain Dust Walker under one of the 5 ancestors of the Myriad Realms' ancient nation, Drifter. Is that one of the 100 Battle Devil Gods, Fan Chu Hu? Dongbua Shui-ing recognized the other party. He immediately transmitted a request for help. Teacher, I am being ambushed. At the moment when the time domain descended, the surrounding space spanning more than 50 million kilometers had been completely isolated. Just like during the blood sacrifice at the Ardent Fire City, the city was completely isolated. This secret treasure that could isolate and seal was extremely expensive. Ordinary cosmos gods could not afford it. It was specially bestowed by Sky Sword King for this mission. Clearly, it was to prevent Dongbua Shui-ing from escaping using the destructive realm teleportation technique. Of course, Dongbua Shui-ing still had an avatar left behind in the capital. He could still call for help. Hong Long Long, 2 terrifying powers descended at the same time. Even though Dongbua Shui-ing tried his best to display his spear techniques to defend, his time flow was too slow, and his movements were too slow. The great hammer easily evaded Dongbua Shui-ing's spear and penetrated through the 3 void maelstrom stairs surrounding his body before smashing down on the body of Dongbua Shui-ing. This protective technique of the Scarlet Cloud combat technique was constantly being attacked by the water and fire killing moves, greatly reducing its power. This seemingly ordinary hammer was merely weakened by 30% to 40% by the protective technique. The rest of the attack landed on the body of Dongbua Shui-ing. Amen. Rain Dust Walker also felt the sensation of smashing into the void. Voidification! Pum! Almost at the same time, the giant copper palm slammed down, and the protective spiral staircase completely collapsed. The long spear in his hand was directly smashed into his body. Then, The giant palm slammed into his body, and his body rumbled. Rain Dust Walker's great hammer was light as a feather, yet it carried with it a heavy force that smashed into his body and even his soul, causing his body that was already battered by the fire and water to feel extremely uncomfortable. What followed was a crushing strike from the copper palm, being 100-battle devil god. Fan Chu, who was an ultra-powerful expert whose body had been modified. He did not rely on himself to reach the 10th level. Therefore, he was somewhat similar to a demonic servant. Of course, he was ultimately still a cultivator and did not need to recognize a master, but his techniques were generally not at the 8th or 9th level standard. Nevertheless, his pure strength and speed were frightening, surpassing that of ordinary cosmos gods. In addition, his body was the best at charging and killing in battle. Buzz. Under the continuous barrage of attacks, Dongbua Shui-ing felt like his mind was buzzing. What? Not dead yet? How is that possible? His Highness Blaze Wind, Rain Dust Walker, Fan Chu, who the two water and fire emissaries, as well as the black-robed expert and Thunder King and Mo Chao, who were watching the battle in the dark, were utterly shocked. According to their plan, this was the joint attack that they thought would be powerful enough to kill Angshan's Snow Eagle. Under the time domain, Dongbua Shui-ing's speed became extremely slow. He could not retaliate at all and could only receive the attacks passively. The combination of fire and water was a 10th level technique, and they were completely opposite. When they worked together, the power was frightening. They even guessed that this might cause Snow Eagle to die. After that, the 100-battle devil god Fan Chu, who and Rain Dustwalker were even more formidable when they worked together. The two of them were famous for suppressing others head-on. In their opinion, even if Dongbua Shui-ing did not die previously, his body was much weaker. Facing the two suppressive attacks, Dongbua Shui-ing's body would definitely crumble apart. Hong Long Long, a huge crater, had already been formed on the street. Within the crater, a figure bent over and raised his head. His eyes were filled with fury. Damn. Dongbua Shui-ing was furious and sullen at the same time. It had been a long time since he felt so sullen. He clearly had strength, yet, under the time domain, his speed was much slower than the other party. He could not defend against the other party's attacks at all. Layers of energy ripples were continuously reverberating in his body. Pooh! Dongbua Shui-ing spurted out fresh blood. Blood was even seeping out from the surface of his body. Even with the Scarlet Cloud combat technique and the 10th level Grand Perfection Southern Cloud sacred body, Dongbua Shui-ing would most likely lose his life under such joint attacks. Fortunately, his voidification had been deduced to an unfathomable realm. It had surpassed all void lineage insect beasts at the pinnacle of primal chaos and was comparable to his teacher, Gu Qi. He was just a hair's breadth away from the true pinnacle of voidification. With such voidification, Dongbua Shui-ing was able to dissipate most of the attacks. Nevertheless, he was still injured in the end. Kill. Continue killing. He is already heavily injured. Hurry up. Even though they were shocked that their joint attack failed, they understood that time was precious. Hung, die. His Highness Blaze Wind had been controlling the time domain. The fire and water emissaries continued their joint attack. As for Fan Chu, Hu, and Rain Dustwalker, they felt humiliated and furious. Sky-tearing claw. Fan Chu Hu roared. His palms turned into claws that tore apart the heaven and earth. This was an extremely ruthless claw technique that his master, Sky-tearing Great Paragon, had specially created for the 100-battle demonic gods like them. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, be annihilated. Rain Dustwalker was also furious. As a walker under the Drifter sect, he had his own pride. He swung his great hammer. Wung. The air current that streaked across the void produced a peculiar sound that resembled the sound of a flute. The sound even contained some charm that caused one to fall into a deep slumber, causing one to faintly feel as though one had fallen into eternal darkness. Rumble, The 5 great experts attacked consecutively and attacked 3 rounds. His body's aura did not weaken. At the very least, he still has more than half of his vitality. It's too late. Hurry up and leave. His Highness Blaze Wind, who had been controlling the time domain, immediately shouted, "Go! Go! Go!" Even though they were unwilling, they did not hesitate. So. All of them disappeared. They were very clear that even though the Southern Cloud King had a high status, he would still intervene to save his disciple when his disciple was in danger. If he were to casually sweep the 5 of them when he intervened, they would be doomed. Under that situation, it would not be considered as bullying the weak. It was merely a slight venting of anger. But if they were to escape, the Southern Cloud King would chase after them. That would be embarrassing. Experts who stood at the apex in the realm heart, Great Land, were bound by some hidden rules. After all, there were ultra-strong experts in every region, like the Myriad Realms Ancient Nation and Summer Wind Ancient Nation. They were much stronger than the Southern Cloud King. Furthermore, these hidden rules were imposed because all parties were apprehensive. If they were truly small and weak superpowers, they could just sweep through them directly. How would they be qualified to talk about hidden rules with superpowers like the Myriad Realms Ancient Nation? Being qualified to talk about hidden rules was something to be proud of. Naturally, the Southern Cloud King had to abide by these hidden rules too. The shock waves from the battle spread in all directions. Many light rays descended from the sky. That was the light emitted by the array protecting the capital of the fiery Zhao nation. Cough, cough. Dongbua Shui-ing coughed out more blood from his throat. He flew out from the deep pit. He hovered in midair as he observed his surroundings. The shock waves did not affect a huge area, but there were still several cultivator residences that were destroyed. Why are they so unrestrained when fighting within the capital? Dongbua Shui-ing felt even more furious when he saw that. This was too sullen. From start to end, he did not manage to retaliate at all. Naturally, everything happened too quickly. Every 10th level expert merely executed 3 moves. How fast was that? Furthermore, he was still within the time domain. Hence, his actions were even slower. Snow Eagle, you should return and rest first. The Sky Sword sect actually mobilized so many experts to deal against you. Very good. If I did not retaliate, I would have been underestimated. Southern Cloud King's voice sounded by the ears of Dongbua Shui-ing. His voice was filled with fury. Teacher, I'll find them after a few days. Dongbua Shui-ing replied, You don't have to care about this. Just rest well first. Southern Cloud King stood at the apex of the realm heart, Great Land. He naturally had his own standards for doing things. Just as he finished speaking, Dongbua Shui-ing felt the unseen aura leaving. Teacher is going to interfere, Dongbua Shui-ing thought. He had always been the one dealing with the matter of the Sky Sword sect invading the fiery Zhao nation. It had been several 100,000 years, and the Southern Cloud King had been watching calmly as the matter developed. If he suffered a loss, he would naturally interfere. Clearly, he felt that his disciple alone was insufficient to deal with the Sky Sword sect. Chapter 1071. Fiery Zhao Capital, outside the entrance of the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace. Marquis Chu Ming and several other disciples had been waiting here for a long time. Because the battlefield was completely isolated, there were no large fluctuations when they were attacked. However, after the other party escaped, the aftermath of the battle alarmed more than half of the experts in the city. Senior Brother Snow Eagle. The group of disciples greeted him respectfully. Marquis Chu Ming looked at Dongbua Shui-ing with concern. I'm fine, Dongbua Shui-ing said before entering the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace. Seeing the back figure of Dongbua Shui-ing, Marquis Chu Ming and the others did not dare to say anything. They could feel that this absolute genius, Shan Snow Eagle, was not in a good mood at this moment. In the chamber, Dongbua Shue-ing sat alone with his legs crossed. Even though the 5 great experts who came this time were shocked that they could not kill this Yingshan snow eagle and felt that this snow eagle was too resilient, Dongbua Shue-ing himself felt sullen because he was being beaten from start to end. He wanted to give the enemy an arch destruction or a piercing void, yet he could not do so in time due to the flow of time. Even with my level of strength, I've been trapped in the domain of time all this time, unable to break out. Dongbua Shue-ing was startled too. Most 10th level experts in the Tao of Time would not be so heaven-defying. His Highness Blazewind is a core disciple from one of the 2 great clans in the Myriad Realms' ancient nation. The Blaze clan. Dongbua Shue-ing naturally recognized the dazzling, red-haired young man. The wisp of flame between his eyebrows was too eye-catching. The core disciples of the Blaze clan possessed a sufficiently dense bloodline, and they were able to awaken their heaven-defying innate talent. Coupled with their innate talent and cultivation of the corresponding ultimate techniques, their combat strength would naturally be terrifying. As for those who couldn't awaken, it could not be considered a core anymore. The reason why he had such heaven-defying talent was because the Blaze clan's patriarch was the only one among the Myriad Realms' ancient kingdom's 5 ancestors who had reached the invincible realm through body refinement. 100 Battle Demon God? Rain Dust Walker? Dongbua Shue-ing really felt that he was close to death just now. With each round of attacks, he would lose close to 10% of his strength. It would only take 11 or 12 rounds of attacks for him to die. Those 2 experts who specialized in water and fire seemed to be the weakest. But when they worked together, their diametrically opposite energies had weakened his southern cloud sacred body. Just like how a weapon would become brittle after encountering water and fire, it would be easier for it to disintegrate if it was struck by a heavy blow. Although he didn't lose any life force after being hit by the water and fire, his body was weakened, which made 100 Battle Demon God and Rain Dust Walker's attacks more effective. With every strike, he could smell the scent of death. It also made him try his best to voidify, allowing more power to be channeled into nothingness. If one could reach the pinnacle of voidification, one with the essence of the void, then these attacks would not be able to hurt him. Just a little bit more to fuse with the essence of the void. Dongbua Shue-ing was deep in thought. His teacher, Southern Cloud King, acted very quickly. On the 2nd day after Shue-ing was ambushed, a group of experts had already killed their way into the Sky Sword Sect Palace. Because His Highness Blazewind, Rain Dust Walker, and the others knew that there might be a counterattack, they naturally hid within the Sky Sword Path Palace. If not for the superpower behind them ordering them to help the Sky Sword Sect, they would have long escaped without a trace. What's the outcome? Dongbua Shue-ing even specially came out of closed-door cultivation. The battle is very intense. It has alarmed the entire capital. The royal family and those devils from the Black Devil Great Lake are watching from afar. After the battle, more than half of the Sky Sword Sect Palace has been destroyed. Marquis Chu-Ming said. Dongbua Shue-ing was slightly startled. Since the Sky Sword Sect had invaded the fiery Zhao Nation, the arrays constructed in this sacred palace in the capital were naturally formidable. It should be on the same level as the Southern Cloud Sacred Palace. Ordinary 10th level experts could not break through it, yet more than half the palace was destroyed. Unquestionably, the arrays had been destroyed. If the arrays were intact, it was impossible for the palace to be destroyed. The experts sent by a teacher are really powerful. They even destroyed the arrays. Dongbua Shue-ing sighed inwardly. He understood that the Southern Cloud King would only send experts stronger than the 5 experts sent by the Sky Sword Sect. Otherwise, they would be slapping his face. Even though the hidden superpowers were powerful, the Southern Cloud King had several hidden superpowers under him. He could even borrow soldiers from them. It's just that these were not experts from the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion, and they could not openly reveal their identities. Some experts who used other cultivation techniques could defeat the Sky Sword Sect But that did not prove that the cultivation technique of the Southern Cloud sacred religion was outstanding. Hence, this could only be done in the dark by both parties. On the surface, they still needed disciples like Thunder King Mo Chao, Gong Liangyi, and Shan Snow Eagle. After understanding the battle, Dongbua Shuiying went back into closed-door cultivation. Even though his understanding of the essence of the void deepened, and he was just a strand away from the final pinnacle of voidification, this strand was no less difficult than breaking through to the cosmos God realm at the pinnacle of primal chaos realm. Dongbua Shuiying had never taken this step. He had no choice since it was too difficult for a primal chaos expert to reach this stage. Fortunately, he had seen the scaled armor of General Mo Gu before. Otherwise, it would be a dream for him to reach this stage at the primal chaos realm. After all, there were only two great cultivation techniques in the realm heart great land that could allow a primal chaos expert to reach the pinnacle of voidification. One was in the Myriad Realms ancient nation. The other was in the Summer Wind ancient nation. Other ancient nations, including some who had reached an extremely high realm in the void aspect, like Southern Cloud King, could not create a cultivation technique that could allow a primal chaos expert to reach the pinnacle of voidification. It was hard for him to improve his voidification. Instead, it was Shuiying who was improving his 5 phases sealing technique. Ultimately, he only needed to reach small success. 3 months after he was ambushed. It was a very short period. Origin phase. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the void in front of him. He lightly waved his hand, causing the essence of the void to be controlled by Dongbua Shuiying. Everything was moving according to Dongbua Shuiying's will. There were many layers of black cloth. One of the layers of black cloth had many black fog spherical particles rolling about, forming a sphere before forming an enormous cube. I've finally reached this stage. Dongbua Shuiying revealed a grin. The black fog spherical particles were too small and hard to touch. Even when he relied on the Southern Cloud sacred body to execute the arch destruction, he could barely shatter several black fog spherical particles. How difficult was it to control them? He had to rely on the profound mysteries of the void to guide them. Once he mastered this guiding technique, he would have reached small success in the origin phase, reaching the 9th level. Not relying on external materials would mean reaching the pinnacle of primal chaos realm. Who? Dongbua Shuiying thought. 5 lights appeared in midair above him. They represented 5 different ways of controlling the void. One of the lights was an incomparably heavy black primal chaos. Some were faintly discernible and illusory. Some were like surging waves of the void. Some were like silk or fog, and the last was a dim light. 5 phases sealing technique. Dongbua Shuiying revealed a joyous look. If I had mastered it, why would I be afraid of his time domain? The stronger the time domain, the greater the impact it would suffer from. 5 phases sealing technique. That was the most tyrannical and strongest void absolute art of the Southern Cloud sacred religion. If one had the 5 phase beads, he could execute 5 10th level techniques at the same time. By fusing them together, they could form the 5 phases sealing technique. Its power was simply unfathomable and tyrannical. Teacher, Dongbua Shuiying immediately contacted Southern Cloud King. Snow Eagle, what's the matter? Southern Cloud King asked. I've mastered the 5 phases sealing technique. Dongbua Shuiying said. What? Say it again. Chapter 1072. Closely following that. Sila, within the cultivation room where Dongbua Shuiying cultivated, a figure walked out from the void. He was none other than Southern Cloud King, who was garbed in black robes. Black robe? This is an avatar of teacher? Dongbua Shuiying guessed inwardly. Since Southern Cloud King could create an avatar technique, his avatar techniques were naturally profound. You've grasped the 5 phases sealing technique? Quick, quick! Display it for me to have a look. Southern Cloud King urged. Yes, teacher. Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded. At that moment, 5 rays of light appeared above and covered half the cultivation room. Southern Cloud King looked up at those 5 rays of light. His eyes were filled with infatuation. He muttered, 5 phases sealing, 5 phases sealing. He has actually grasped it at the primal chaos realm. He knew that his disciple would not lie, but when he heard the transmission transmitted by Dongbua Shwe-ing, he could not help but suspect if he heard wrongly, because the 5 phases sealing technique was the strongest combat secret importation technique he had in the Void lineage. This secret importation technique was owned by 4 out of the 6 great ancient nations. Those ancient nations might not care too much about it, but the Southern Cloud Nation was ultimately a Tier 2 nation. The significance of the 5 phases sealing technique was naturally different. Furthermore, it was too hard to cultivate. At the primal chaos realm, it is hard to reach the pinnacle in a single Tao path. There are 5 different Tao paths. Southern Cloud King felt his heart surging. He had only obtained the 5 phases sealing technique after reaching the peak and cultivated it to grand perfection. He asked himself if he could cultivate it at the primal chaos realm. According to what he knew, there was once an absolute genius from the towering sky ancient nation who grasped the 5 phases sealing technique at the primal chaos realm. And there was only one of him. Good. Southern Cloud King looked at Dongbua Shwe-ing with praise. This is the 5 phase beads. Southern Cloud King took out a wristband. This wristband had 5 black beads on it. Every bead was faintly emitting light and different auras. Southern Cloud King revealed a rueful look. Ever since I got the 5 phases sealing technique, I have been refining these 5 phase beads. I have always wanted to bestow this secret treasure to someone else. Yet I've been waiting for so long. And now, this 5 phase beads has finally found its master. The 5 phase beads floated in front of Dongbua Shwe-ing. Dongbua Shwe-ing took it from him. He sensed it. Buzz. Each bead contained a world within, corresponding to a form within. Sensing the mysterious patterns contained in the 5 phase beads, Dongbua Shwe-ing suddenly raised his head in shock. Master, this. He originally thought that this should be a 10th level secret treasure, but after sensing it, he discovered that this 5 phase beads was much more profound than the 10th level. It wasn't any less precious than the Scarlet Cloud God Spear. It might even be more precious. That was because each of the 5 beads was equivalent to a powerful artifact. One had to know that ordinary 10th level secret treasures were usually priced from 500 million to 1 billion cosmos crystals. Cosmos secret treasures were usually priced from 5 billion to 10 billion cosmos crystals. 5 phase beads. Every bead was a secret treasure. If it was made at the 10th level, because it was refined by his teacher, Shwe-ing would only need to spend around 2 billion cosmos crystals. But now, Dongbua Shwe-ing discovered that this 5 phase beads was absolutely not a 10th level treasure. Its price would most likely be 10 times higher. Huh. Southern Cloud King laughed. Who would have thought that the first person under my sect to grasp the 5 phases sealing technique would be at the primal chaos realm? Dongbua Shwe-ing was enlightened. It should be easier for a cosmos god to grasp all 5 Tao paths at the same time, but it is too precious. Dongbua Shwe-ing could not help but say, "Take it. You are my disciple." Southern Cloud King chuckled. "You are strong, and that means my Southern Cloud sacred religion is strong too. Furthermore, since you could reach this realm in all 5 Tao paths, you should be confident of stepping into the cosmos god realm." Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded before accepting it. Also, since you have grasped the 5 phases sealing technique, I'll leave the matter of the Sky Sword sect entering my Black Devil 4 nations to you. Southern Cloud King chuckled. Just do it. I'm behind you. Yes, teacher. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. The next day, ho! A black-scaled magic dragon roared. It coiled above the southern cloud sacred palace. On the back of this incomparably huge magic dragon stood a white-robed young man. Go, let's head to the Sky Sword Sect. Dongbua Shui-ing said. South, the magic dragon moved and tunneled into the void. Very soon, at another location in the fiery Zhao capital, in midair above the Sky Sword Sect Palace, a huge meandering magic dragon tunneled out from the void and floated there, and a white-robed young man stood on the back of the magic dragon, looking downwards. It is still under construction? Dongbua Shui-ing looked downwards. The entire Sky Sword Sect Palace seemed to be in perfect condition, though he saw many cultivators scattered across the place. They were currently inscribing arrays and inscriptions on the palace. One had to know that being a sacred palace in the capital, the arrays were meant to resist against 10th-level experts. In terms of power, it was comparable to Dongbua Shui-ing's Feishua City. The Feishua City was constructed for close to 100 million years. It was primarily for the sake of the arrays. The Sky Sword Sect Palace itself was easy to construct. With the techniques of primal chaos experts, they could easily construct it overnight. Only the arrays required a large amount of materials and effort to inscribe them. Who is that? He dares to appear above the Sky Sword Sect Palace? What do you know? That magic dragon is worth more than 1 billion cosmos crystals. That white-robed young man is even an absolute expert from the Southern Cloud sacred religion, Shan Snow Eagle. The moment Dongbua Shui-ing appeared, it attracted the attention of many cultivators. Some of the carriages in the distant sky even stopped to watch from afar. Fortunately, the vision of the cultivators was excellent. Dongbua Shui-ing, who stood on the back of the enormous magic dragon, was like a tiny looking downwards. His voice boomed across the world. I, Shan Snow Eagle, am challenging the experts from the Sky Sword Sect. During this period, I hope for everyone to not enter the Sky Sword Sect Palace in case of being implicated. At the same time he spoke, a surging spatial ripple had enveloped the entire outer perimeter of the Sky Sword Sect Palace. The void wave surged. Most ordinary 8th-level experts would be killed by the Scarlet Cloud domain if they came. Putting it nicely, it was preventing others from being implicated. In reality, it was a matter of blocking the door. Very simple. If you are capable, defeat me. Otherwise, you don't have to accept disciples. Under such a terrifying void wave, no one dared to get involved. Dongbua Shui-ing was already very benevolent. Chang Su Wang and the others did not display their domain in the past. Instead, they waited for disciples to enter the Southern Cloud sacred palace before killing them. It caused some outer disciples from the Southern Cloud sacred religion who were not clear of the situation to lose their lives. Wah! He is blocking the door. Shan Snow Eagle is blocking the door of the Sky Sword Sect Palace. How tyrannical! Hurry up and come. Shan Snow Eagle is riding on the magic dragon to block the door of the Sky Sword Sect Palace. Many cultivators immediately transmitted to their friends. Hua hua hua! Large batches of experts rushed over from all directions. Some royal clan and aristocratic marquis disciples even rode on luxurious carriages as they rushed over. All of them were watching excitedly from afar. Chang Su Wang was blocking the door purely to provoke them. After all, he was merely a 9th-level expert. Dongbua Shui-ing was blocking the door. That was the true clash between both parties. It was bustling outside. Many experts were here to watch the show. They wanted to see the clash between the Sky Sword Sect and the Southern Cloud sacred religion. After all, these were the 10 great religions of the Realm Heart Great Land. They were representing their religion to challenge the other party. For the sake of their reputation, The experts they sent out were absolutely powerful. After all, if they were defeated, they would not be losing their reputation. Instead, they would be losing the reputation of their religion. How dare he? How dare he do this? The violet-robed male, Thunder King, Mo Chao, looked furiously at the sky. So what if he has learned the Scarlet Cloud combat technique? Hoo! Many figures appeared by the side. They were none other than His Highness Blaze Wind, Rain Dust Walker, the black-robed expert, 100-battle devil god Fan Chu Hu, the water-fire envoys, and others. They were all looking upwards. Fellow cultivators, what do you think we should do? Thunder King Mo Chao looked to the side. Don't ask us. His Highness Blaze Wind shook his head. He chuckled. We aren't disciples of the Sky Sword sect. It isn't good for us to act. We can't act. What would happen if the experts from my Fan clan act? Fan Chu, who shook his head. We can't either. The water-fire envoys shook their heads. They were under the protection of Sky Sword King, yet they did not cultivate the lineage of the Sky Sword sect. This was a battle between sections. Only their own disciples could challenge the other party in broad daylight. If outsiders were to challenge the other party, they would be laughed at for not having anyone in the sect. His survival capabilities are formidable, and his body technique is formidable too. I can't defeat him. Thunder King Mo Chao frowned. He was one of the 2 Dao protectors of the Sky Sword sect. He was famous amongst 10th level experts, and he had even become an honorary disciple of an old ancestor from the Myriad Realms ancient nation. But given his pride, he would either choose not to fight or win the battle. And the other party's Scarlet Cloud combat technique was ever-changing. He was already in an undefeatable position. If he went, he might not lose by relying on his strength, but he would be toyed with, and it would not look good on his reputation. King Mo Chao transmitted a message to Sky Sword King. Since the door is blocked, we can only accept the challenge. Go. Even though you can't win, make the battle look better. Don't lose your reputation. Sky Sword King transmitted. Yes, Mo Chao understood. No other choice. Just like how the Southern Cloud sacred religion only had a few 10th level disciples on the surface, including those from outside the nation, there were only about 10 or so. It was the same for the Sky Sword sect. There were very few 10th level disciples. There were some who could fight Yingshan Snow Eagle to a standstill, but none of them could defeat him. The Scarlet Cloud combat technique was a secret importation of the Fan clan. Naturally, there was a reason for it. The huge meandering magic dragon coiled in the sky. The surrounding void waves were rolling. On the back of the magic dragon, the white-robed young man, Dongbua Shueing, looked downwards. He roared, "Is there no one in the Sky Sword sect? You don't even dare to accept the challenge?" His voice rumbled across the sky. It became silent. Yingshan Snow Eagle, aren't you too arrogant? Finally, someone roared. A violet-robed male flew up. He had a cold expression as he floated in the sky. He was facing the white-robed young man on the back of the meandering magic dragon. He is here, he is here. They are about to fight. It is Thunder King Mo Chao. Mo Chao is one of the 2 great Dao protectors of the Sky Sword sect. He has once defeated Stone Jade Devil Master. I've heard that he has even crossed the 10 Calamity Bridge in the Myriad Realms ancient nation and obtained a huge opportunity. Discussions were going on everywhere. Being able to become the person in charge of the invasion of the Black Devil 4 nations. Thunder King Mo Chao's reputation had spread far and wide. Even His Highness Blaze Wind and others had to give him some face. You are Mo Chao? Dongbua Shueing said. You actually dare to block the entrance of my Sky Sword sect? How daring! Less nonsense, receive my move. Mo Chao bellowed. At the same time, his body turned into a stream of surging lightning and turned into an illusory figure of lightning and water. With a divine sword in his hand that looked like a stream of water, Mo Chao flashed toward Yingshan's Snow Eagle. Overestimating your strength. Dongbua Shuiying's voice boomed. He flipped his hand. His palm abruptly expanded. 5 dimmed light appeared on the surface of his fingers, forming a huge palm that directly grabbed at Mo Chao. Mo Chao, who had turned into a lightning water stream figure, felt his heart trembling. He wanted to escape, but the huge palm came pressing down. 5 phases sealing. Space sealed. Even ultra-long distance teleportation could not escape from it. Any escape techniques were useless. The huge palm that was emitting light grabbed onto Mo Chao. No. Mo Chao struggled in despair. One could see many lightning bolts flashing between the fingers of the huge palm. Open for me. The lightning crackled. The sword light was dazzling. It seemed that the huge palm of Dongbua Shuiying had small gaps between the fingers, but in reality, the 5 phases sealing technique had sealed the entire space without leaving behind any flaws. 5 10th level techniques complemented each other perfectly. This power was sufficient to make other 10th level experts feel despair. There might be primal chaos experts in the entire realm heart, Great Land, who could break this technique, but Mo Chao was still lacking. South, under the dumbstruck gazes of many experts, Dongbua Shuiying kept his palm. The 5-phase beads had already appeared on his right wrist. The 5-phase beads were emitting a faint light. One could see a fist-sized space rapidly flying towards one of the beads. Within that fist-sized space, there was a lightning figure roaring and struggling with a sword. That sword technique was abnormally powerful, yet it was still sucked into one of the 5-phase beads. The 5-phase beads. Every single bead contained a void world, and it was most suitable to imprison enemies. Dongbua Shuiying felt that it would be more beneficial to him to capture the other party alive than to kill him. This, in the distant world, the disciples of the imperial and noble clans on the carriages and the cultivators watching were all stunned. Many of them were powerful and had high status, and they knew how powerful Thunder King Mo Chao was. He defeated Devil Master Stone Jade, crossed the 10 Calamity Bridge, and was one of the 2 protectors of the Sky Sword sect. Yet he was captured with a single palm. 5 phases sealing technique. The expression of His Highness Blaze Wind within the Sky Sword Sect Palace changed. 5 phases sealing technique? How could this be? The 5 phases sealing technique has appeared. He actually grasped the 5 phases sealing technique. A primal chaos expert actually grasped the 5 phases sealing technique. 100 Battle Devil God Fan Chu, who also looked up. The last time he saw this secret importation technique was during the Second War of the Ancient Nations. Chapter 1073. Your Highness Blaze Wind. Rain Dust Walker, who had been silent at the side, gave a rare reminder. Hurry up and seal the space. All right. A scroll appeared in His Highness Blaze Wind's hand. When he activated the scroll, a blurry space immediately descended and enveloped the entire Sky Sword Palace. The 100 Battle Devil God Fan Chu, who, the black-robed expert, Rain Dustwalker, and the Waterfire envoys all calmed down in their hearts. Even though they could resist against Shuiying's 5 phases sealing technique if he were to use it against them, it was still possible for them to work together. The scary part was that Dongbua Shuiying was fast enough to deal with him alone. One had to admit that any of these 10th level experts present were absolutely not the opponents of that Snow Eagle in a one-on-one battle. The gap was so huge that it was exaggerated. How terrifying! He even managed to learn the 5 phases sealing technique. He succeeded in cultivating it at the primal chaos realm. Rain Dustwalker was very proud and aloof, but at this moment he exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it is. The arrogant His Highness Blaze Wind looked up at the enormous magic dragon that was coiling in the sky. Looking at that white-robed young man on the back of the magic dragon, This was the first time he had the feeling of looking up to this ancient snow eagle. The world of cultivators was very simple. Although one's background was something to be proud of, strength was the most fundamental. When one's strength was completely surpassed, one would generally respect the strong. This was respect for strength. The 5 phases sealing technique. If I completely master the 3 worlds technique, I will have a chance of surpassing him. His Highness Blaze Wind thought to himself. But even after suffering so much, I was only able to cultivate the scroll of the past of the 3 realms technique. That clan brother of mine is so arrogant and confident. After cultivating the scroll of the past, he went to cultivate the scroll of the future. Lost in the future, he went completely mad. The past role was the easiest. The scroll of the future contained the calamity of being lost. Once he lost himself in the future, he would really go crazy. The most difficult was the scroll of the present world, combining the 3 worlds into one. The difficulty was extremely high. In history, there were quite a few who went mad and even committed suicide. Hence, most people would pale at the mention of the 3 realms technique. Most would cultivate the future scripture after becoming a cosmos god, and only after reaching the 2nd level of cosmos god would they dare to touch upon the current scripture. The moment the 3 realms fused as one, their battle prowess was terrifying. Not in the past, not in the future, not in the present, the enemy's attacks couldn't even touch him. This technique was not any weaker than the great circle of voidification. His battle prowess was even more impressive. Even though such a terrifying secret impartation technique has been created, only cosmos gods dare to cultivate it. His Highness Blaze Windside, 5 phases sealing art, 3 realms technique. There were also other, similarly horrifying, secret impartation techniques. Most of them had reached the unparalleled realm. Like existences like Ancestor Fan, they had reached the pinnacle and had turned back to research on their own Tao paths. For instance, deducing the primal chaos realm and creating their own pinnacle techniques. This was theoretically possible. For instance, the 5 phases sealing technique was theoretically achievable by primal chaos experts. But how many could reach the pinnacle in 5 different Tao paths at the primal chaos realm? It was all theoretically possible. In reality, the possibility of success was extremely low. As for those truly unparalleled existences in Realm Heart, Great Land, they did not care if their juniors could cultivate it or not. No matter what, they would create it first. The method was right here. If you had the ability, go and cultivate it. The more powerful you are, the more hardships you have to endure. His Highness Blaze Wind raised his head, feeling a little envious in his heart. Although it was difficult to master it, once he succeeded, he would truly be able to sweep through all those at the same level. Dongbua Shui-ing looked downwards, seeing the group of 10th level experts in the Sky Sword Hall so frightened that they were using secret treasures to isolate space. The edge of his lips curled upwards. He then announced, "I, Ingshan Snow Eagle, am here to challenge an expert from the Sky Sword Sect. This Mo Chao's strength is ordinary, and he could not even resist against a single move of mine, unless the Sky Sword Sect is only this strong." His voice was like a wave that spread out in all directions. Provocation, smacking their faces. Dongbua Shui-ing wanted to rely on this to deal a huge blow to the reputation of the Sky Sword Sect. Within the Sky Sword Sect Palace, His Highness Blaze Wind and the others would not feel embarrassed since they were not disciples of the Sky Sword Sect. 5 phases sealing technique. How could there be any disciple from the Sky Sword Sect who could fight against him openly? 100 Battle Devil God Fan Chu, who shook his head. Let's not talk about fighting openly. Even if we were to search for experts across the entire Realm Heart Great Land, there are only a few who could defeat this Snow Eagle at the Primal Chaos Realm. All of them are treasures of the various superpowers. It is impossible for the Sky Sword Sect to invite him. His Highness Blaze Wind said, in terms of cultivation techniques, the 5 phases sealing technique was absolutely ranked at the forefront at the Primal Chaos realm. But there were more than 10 techniques that were stronger than it. But the stronger it was, the harder it was to cultivate it. There were pitifully few who succeeded in cultivating it in the past, much less those in the current era. Because those who could cultivate such heaven-defying secret importation techniques were usually those with terrifying comprehension abilities and accumulations. They would break through to the cosmos god realm not too long after. Just like Dongbua Shui-ing, who succeeded in cultivating the 5 phases sealing technique, it was equivalent to him taking a step into the cosmos god realm. It would not be long before he became a cosmos god. Hence, those who succeeded in cultivating a terrifying secret importation technique in the past had almost all become cosmos gods. In the current era, there were very few who could defeat Dongbua Shui-ing at the Primal Chaos realm. They were all treasures of the various superpowers. Furthermore, non-disciples from the Sky Sword sect were not qualified to participate in the open challenge. He couldn't even resist a single move. This strength is too frightening. Some new cosmos gods should not be able to resist against him. MN, cosmos gods have to cultivate for a long period before they could fight against the Snow Eagle. Those new cosmos gods, they are merely at the 10th level. How could they be the opponent of this Ing Shan Snow Eagle? There were many spectators watching the battle from all directions. Many carriages were moving in midair. Many experts were discussing among themselves. Even Primal Chaos experts felt reverence towards this white-robed young man who stood on the huge magic dragon. This strength was truly frightening. The moment the 5 phases sealing technique was unleashed, even 10th level experts could not escape from it. Even new cosmos gods would be captured. These Primal Chaos experts would be swept away like ants in a palm. This strength, even the most talented experts from the 6 great ancient nations who could obtain guidance from unparalleled existences, should only reach this standard. Many of them were filled with admiration and envy. Such a frightening expert could appear in our Black Devil 4 nations too. Amazing! He would most likely become famous across the realm heart, Great Land soon. Many people even felt proud of him. No matter what, they were from the Black Devil 4 nations. In the vast realm heart, Great Land, the Black Devil 4 nations were just a small region at the corner. It was unremarkable. This small place was not viewed highly by superpowers like the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Naturally, they would feel disdain towards it. Nevertheless, an expert like Ingshan Snow Eagle, who grasped the 5 phases sealing technique, was someone none of the Primal Chaos experts from the ancient nations dared to belittle. Even though there were many spectators discussing about it, in reality, there are quite a few cosmos gods watching the battle from afar. After all, this was a battle between the Sky Sword sect and the Southern Cloud sacred religion, especially Sky Sword King and Southern Cloud King, these 2 ambitious characters of the current era. They were also watching in the dark. Snow Eagle. The voice of his teacher sounded by the ears of Dongbua Shui-ing. Teacher. Dongbua Shui-ing replied, capture that person called Mo Chao alive. If you don't object, I'll let Sky Sword King redeem him. Southern Cloud King transmitted, I naturally won't object. Dongbua Shui-ing captured the other party alive precisely for the sake of redeeming him. Directly killing the other party would earn him some secret treasures. Redeem? Only then could he earn a huge sum of cosmos crystals. Dongbua Shui-ing did not treat Thunder King Mo Chao as an opponent, and neither did he have any hatred towards him. After all, they were from their own religion. All right, you should maintain your stance and continue blocking the door, Southern Cloud King ordered. Yes. Dongbua Shui-ing understood that his strength had seriously hindered the plans of the Sky Sword sect to enter the Black Devil 4 nations. Clearly, Both parties had begun negotiating. The Sky Sword sect previously sent Chang Su-wang and others to block the door of my Southern Cloud sacred palace. They even killed quite a few outer disciples. Their methods are ruthless. Dongbua Shui-ing sat cross-legged on the back of the winding magic dragon. His voice reverberated in the world. I still thought that the Sky Sword sect would have some formidable experts. This Mo Chao is quite courageous, albeit slightly weak. Currently, there isn't anyone who dares to fight against me, Snow Eagle. The surging void wave had already surrounded the entire Sky Sword sect palace. He continued, blocking the door. It seemed as if he wanted to block the door for more than 100 million years. Many experts from the Sky Sword sect gritted their teeth, yet none dared to act. Every single one of them felt fear and reverence towards the strength of this Shan Snow Eagle. Chapter 1074. The magic dragon was huge and meandering. Its pair of lake-like eyes looked downwards. It was relatively delighted. When it was under the command of Southern Cloud King, it was merely a livestock that pulled the carriage. But following its current master, Shan Snow Eagle, how glorious was it! Dongbua Shui-ing sat cross-legged on the back of the magic dragon. He was pondering in his heart. There might be some primal chaos existences stronger than me in the realm heart great land, but none among the disciples from the Sky Sword sect. Furthermore, those primal chaos existences stronger than me could only defeat me and not kill me. He was confident of himself. He was powerful, and his attainments in the Mirage and Illusory realm had similarly reached the pinnacle of Primal Chaos realm. His soul did not have any flaws. If we continue fighting, the Sky Sword sect won't have any chance of winning. They would most likely admit defeat. I wonder how much Thunder King Mo Chao can sell for. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. He still had to rely on this to purchase more Mirage and Illusory realm treasures, even though his teacher, Southern Cloud King, should be willing to lend it to him if he asked for it. But Dongbua Shui-ing was not a shameless person. Southern Cloud King would likely feel frustrated if he asked for it again and again. The 5 phase beads were given to him by his teacher, and that was a different story. Furthermore, the 5 phase beads were worth about 20 billion cosmos crystals. This was because the 5 phase beads had been refined for many years, and no one under Southern Cloud King had succeeded in refining it. That was why he gave it to Dongbua Shui-ing. He had already gained a huge advantage, and did not dare to ask for more. Wang. With a thought, Dongbua Shui-ing sent a strand of consciousness into the 5 phase beads, where Thunder King Mo Chao was imprisoned in the Void World. This was a sealed world. Being a top-graded secret treasure, it was incredibly stable. Even if cosmos gods were locked in, not many could escape from it. I'm doomed. The violet-robed male, Mo Chao, sat cross-legged in the void. He looked around him. It was a vast sealed space. Mo Chao's eyes were filled with despair. He was already struggling and thinking of ways, yet he could not escape. He could not shake this sealed space at all. I, Mo Chao, am doomed just like this? No, Shan Snow Eagle did not kill me. I still have hope of surviving. Mo Chao's heart was in chaos. It was common for experts to fall in the battles between superpowers in the realm heart great land. Quite a few cosmos gods had fallen, and the death of a 10th level expert could not even cause a ripple. I've been through so many trials and tribulations. Back then, I even went to Myriad Realm's ancient country alone. Under a situation where no one thought highly of me, I passed the 10 tribulations bridge. That's how I got my current strength and status. Mo Chao gritted his teeth. He was indignant. How indignant! The path of cultivation was extremely difficult. It was not easy to reach this step. However, once he failed, everything would be lost. Phew! A blurry figure appeared. It was none other than the white-robed Dongbua Shui-ing. Shan Snow Eagle. Mo Chao immediately stood up. He stared at Dongbua Shui-ing. His eyes were filled with vigilance. "Show me all your treasures," Dongbua Shueing said. "What are you going to do?" Mo Chao was on guard. "Why? You still want to resist even after reaching this stage? If I want to kill you, the 5 phases sealing technique is sufficient to suppress you to death," Dongbua Shueing said. Mo Chao understood this point. He had personally experienced the feeling of the 5 phases sealing technique. That time, it merely restricted him, yet that grand and irresistible force was something he could not resist against. He tried his best but could not resist against the spatial binding pressure. It made him understand that as long as the entire technique was pressed down, it was sufficient to suppress him to death. Even if he had reached grand perfection in the sky, sword, undying body, he could at most resist a few times. "Here," Mo Chao waved his hand. At that moment, all his storage treasures and weapons flew out. "Dongbua Shueing," pointed out, causing a strand of ripple to permeate into the body of Mo Chao. Even though Mo Chao wanted to obstruct it, he did not dare to. He could only allow Dongbua Shueing to inspect his treasures. "You did not hide anything." Dongbua Shueing then took all his treasures and inspected them. Mo Chao had a total of 2 formidable secret treasures. It's a pity that they were only at the 10th level. Actually, this was an ordinary situation. To primal chaos existences, powerful cosmos secret treasures could not be unleashed. They might even be coveted by cosmos gods. Hence, Mo Chao's situation was normal. Instead, it was Dongbua Shueing's situation that was abnormal. The Scarlet Cloud God Spear was discovered by him, and the Fan clan once wanted to buy it. The 5 phases beads was refined by his teacher, Southern Cloud King. He felt that his disciple had grasped the 5 phases sealing technique and was confident of protecting it. That was why he bestowed it to him. He believed that none of the cosmos gods dared to snatch his disciple away from him, the Southern Cloud King. After all, he had fought with unparalleled existences in the past for the sake of protecting the Southern Cloud sacred religion. "I'll take the treasures away. As for your little life, it will depend on whether Sky Sword King is willing to redeem it." Dongbua Shueing said, "If he offers a lower price, I can only kill you with a single order from my teacher." "I understand." Mo Chao nodded. He knew that his little life was currently in the negotiation between Sky Sword King and Southern Cloud King. If the redeeming price was too high, Sky Sword King would not be willing to pay. He had to die. This was a negotiation between 2 religions. If the Sky Sword sect was not willing to shrink back, he would die. Seated cross-legged on the back of the magic dragon, Dongbua Shueing sealed the entire Sky Sword Sect Palace. He did not care even if there were many spectators watching from afar. The sky turned from day to night, and finally it returned from night to day. Ha, Brother Sky Sword, you can't be blamed this time. If you want to blame someone, blame your luck. Luck is with me, and your defeat isn't unjust. I'm not angry. After all, nobody can do anything about the appearance of such a formidable young fellow." 2 enormous consciousnesses clashed and conversed. The 2 of them had reached an agreement. The Sky Sword sect had prepared for a long time to invade the Black Devil 4 nations, and it had just begun. Even though Southern Cloud King was terrifying, Sky Sword King wasn't any weaker. He had more supporters behind him. This time, they had made ample preparations, sending a batch of experts like His Highness Blaze Wind. Fan Chu Hu, Rain Dust Walker, was merely the beginning. The Sky Sword sect was prepared for a long battle, because under ordinary circumstances, it was hard for there to be a huge gap between 10th level experts. Everything depended on the accumulation of battles over a long period of time. But this time, the appearance of Ingshan Snow Eagle. Furthermore, it was an open challenge. Even the supporters behind him could not represent the disciples of the Sky Sword sect to fight. Sky Sword King could only admit defeat. Not just that. Furthermore, Sky Sword King had made quite a huge sacrifice in the original battle within the territory of Towering Sky Ancient Nation. No choice. If he did not lower his head, Snow Eagle would most likely head to other cities in the realm Heart Great Land and continue blocking the doors. And Southern Cloud King was clear that he could not force the other party too far, even though it was an unspoken rule that the higher-ups would not kill when Primal Chaos disciples fought. It would shake the foundation of the entire Sky Sword sect if he forced the other party too far. By then, the Sky Sword King and even more terrifying existences behind him would tear apart all cordiality. Hence, it was better to take this opportunity to earn some benefits. The sky was already bright. Dongbue Shueing, who sat on the back of the magic dragon, looked up at the distant horizon. It's the second day. I wonder how the negotiations are going? Just a moment later. Snow Eagle, everything has been settled. Sky Sword King is willing to use 8 billion cosmos crystals to redeem Mo Chao and his 2/10th level secret treasures. You should let him go now. Also, your mission has been completed. Come back. There is no need for you to stay in the fiery Zhao Nation any longer. Southern Cloud King transmitted. Yes, teacher. Dongbue Shueing immediately sent a thought. With a wave of his hand, that violet-robed male, Mo Chao, appeared by the side. Mo Chao looked at the surrounding void in a daze. He looked at the huge black dragon and Snow Eagle who was looking at him. These are your secret treasures. Dongbue Shueing waved his hand and threw out those 2/10th level secret treasures. Those 2 secret treasures were worth about 5 billion cosmos crystals. In other words, Mo Chao's life was exchanged for 5 billion cosmos crystals. This was the benefit of capturing someone alive. Naturally, this was given that the wealth of the Sky Sword King was relatively ordinary. If it were Southern Cloud King, who was as rich as him, the price demanded by the enemies would be much higher if he wanted to redeem a 10th level disciple or subordinate. Everyone knew that Southern Cloud King was wealthy. The Sky Sword King was ultimately squeezed dry by the 2 great ancient nations and was relatively poor. Go. Dongbue Shueing sat on the back of the magic dragon. With a single order, the magic dragon immediately wriggled and tunneled into the void. Mo Chao sighed inwardly as he watched this scene. This time, the Sky Sword sect had lost terribly, but he rejoiced inwardly since he survived. This time, the Sky Sword sect has been defeated the moment they entered the Black Devil 4 nations. His Highness Blazewind and others within the Sky Sword Sect Palace understood that the Sky Sword Sect had reached an agreement with the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion when they saw Mo Chao being released alive. No choice. Who would have thought that at Ing Shan Snow Eagle would appear and be so heaven-defying as to grasp the 5 phases sealing technique? They sighed. Dongbue Shueing merely transmitted a message to Marquis Chu Ming before returning to the Southern Cloud capital. Within the meditation ground of the royal palace, Southern Cloud King sat cross-legged on the black grass field. Behind him, the white fog of the deep pond was rolling. He was currently smiling as he watched the white-robed young man who descended on the magic dragon. He felt satisfied. He could even deduce that his disciple Snow Eagle, who was half a step into the Cosmos God realm, would likely reach large success in the 5 phases sealing technique the moment he became a Cosmos God. By then, this disciple of his would become the 2nd strongest expert in the Southern Cloud Nation, and a true helper of his. After all, his organization was ultimately too weak. Even if a heaven-defying expert were to rely on someone, it would be an ancient nation. Amen. Dongbue Shueing flew down from the magic dragon. With a glance, he saw a group of people standing by the side of his teacher, Monarch Chanyu, Monarch Greedy Pong, and others. There were also a group of 10th level conferred kings and personal disciples. All of them were waiting here for Dongbue Shueing. Old Mother Ing Shan was beaming. She was clearly delighted. and those who were slightly jealous of fourth disciple Fu Lingyun and fifth disciple Fu Lingxiao in the past no longer felt jealous, because they were only at the 9th level despite being nurtured by their teacher. Currently, this junior disciple brother Yingshan Snow Eagle was so strong that he had surpassed the senior disciple brother Gongliang Yi and senior disciple sister, Ghost Hunter, whom they worshipped in the past. During this day, the great name of Yingshan Snow Eagle had spread across the higher-ups of the realm Heart Great Land, causing many experts to pay attention to this small region south of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. As for the Southern Cloud Nation, it had long been boiling. Disciple greets teacher. Dongbua Shueing walked up and respectfully bowed. Chapter 1075. Good. Southern Cloud King looked at Dongbua Shueing with eyes filled with praise. He nodded. My Southern Cloud sacred religion has been fighting with the Sky Sword sect for many years, and we have always been on the losing end. This time they entered the fiery Zhao Nation with a fierce momentum. But Snow Eagle has grasped the 5 phases sealing technique, forcing them to retreat and admit defeat. They would rather suffer some losses. Haha, Snow Eagle has contributed immensely, and this time he will count it as 60,000 contribution points. Strictly speaking, this time the benefits that the Southern Cloud sacred religion earned was far more than what 60,000 contribution points could compare with. But as they had previously gifted the 5-phase beads, it was considered compensating Dongbua Shueing in the dark. That was a top-graded, secret treasure at the Cosmos God level. Many thanks, teacher. Dongbua Shueing said. Congratulations, junior disciple brother. Monarch Greedy Peng chuckled. The first time I received orders from teacher, I earned a total of 60,000 contribution points. Adding it up, it was only after I became a Cosmos God that I accumulated 60,000 contribution points. Eldest disciple brother, senior disciple brother Gongliang, and I have yet to accumulate 60,000 contribution points, Empress ghostly said. At the same time, her eyes brightened as she looked at Dongbua Shueing. She was prideful deep in her bones. Even though there were some gigolos who sought pleasure, they were all treated as playthings by her. None of them had truly become Dao companions. At this moment, she felt that it was not bad if she could become Dao companions with this little junior disciple brother of hers. Gongliang Yi looked at Dongbua Shueing. He sighed inwardly. He had always felt that he was the most outstanding disciple of his teacher. As for eldest disciple brother Greedy Peng was originally a follower of Southern Cloud King. Because he did not abandon the king when he was in dire straits, the king heavily groomed him. In reality, Monarch Greedy Peng did not cultivate in the Void lineage. As for Gong Liang, he cultivated in the Void lineage and was also the most outstanding. This little junior disciple brother has risen so quickly that it leaves others dumbfounded. Gong Liang sighed in his heart. Junior brother Snow Eagle, we know that you used the 5 phases sealing technique and captured the Sky Sword Path's Dao Protector in one move. We are all very happy, even though I know that our Southern Cloud sacred religion has an absolute art. I have never seen anyone display it before. Fu Lingxiao added. At this moment, he did not feel arrogant. Instead, he was filled with passion. Junior brother Snow Eagle, when the time comes, you must broaden our horizons. They spoke one by one. All right. In a while, when the banquet starts, the few of you should have a good chat. Southern Cloud King chuckled. Yes, Imperial Emperor Greedy Peng, Dongbua Shueing, Gong Liang, Lady Ghostly, Fu Lingyun, and Fu Lingxiao answered in unison. Following that, the group began leaving for the banquet that was about to begin. After all, the Southern Cloud sacred religion had obtained many benefits from the towering Sky Ancient Nation. Naturally, they had to celebrate. Snow Eagle stays behind. Southern Cloud King ordered. Dongbua Shueing stayed behind by himself. Only the teacher and disciple were left here. This is the 8 billion cosmos crystals given by the Sky Sword King. Southern Cloud King threw out a wristband to Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang checked through the wristband. Looking at the mountain of cosmos crystals within, he said, "Teacher, help me exchange my 60,000 contribution points for another 3 billion cosmos crystals." The contribution points of a personal disciple could be exchanged for 1 billion cosmos crystals with 10,000 contribution points. Some could even be exchanged for cosmos crystals directly. "Oh, you want so many cosmos crystals?" Southern Cloud King was startled. He flipped his hand and threw out another storage treasure. The huge amount of cosmos crystals obtained by the various branches in the Realm Heart Great Land would eventually reach the Southern Cloud King. Hence, he had a frightening amount of cosmos crystals. This disciple wishes to purchase a mirage and illusory realm secret treasure. Dongbua Shuang said. After all, he would be buying it soon, and there was no need to hide it from his teacher. "Oh," Southern Cloud King's eyes brightened. "You specialize in the mirage and illusory realm? That time when you dealt against that Chang Suwang, you used the mirage and illusory realm?" "Yes." Dongbua Shuang nodded. "Have you reached the pinnacle?" Southern Cloud King asked. "Yes." Dongbua Shuang nodded again. Southern Cloud King's eyes widened. His heart started beating faster. Only after that did it gradually calm down. He understood that he had underestimated this disciple of his. The 5 phases sealing technique was very difficult, and the soul aspect was famous for its difficulty. Simply pushing the mirage and illusory realm to the 9th level was not any less difficult than the 5 phases sealing technique, because techniques that targeted the soul were illusory and hard to touch, like the illusory realm created by Dongbua Shuang. That was actually another slightly more illusory world. There were many sentient beings within, and all of them felt that they were real. Every living being had their own personality and had their own journey in life. This technique was incredibly terrifying. Dongbua Shuang was the most heaven-defying genius in the mirage and illusory realm in the history of this origin world. He had cultivated for a long period, and after creating the 9-leaf destruction flower, he spent 1 trillion years accumulating knowledge before finally creating the 9th level illusory realm world. Given his talent and comprehension abilities, he still needed such a long time. One could see how difficult it was. "You are so talented even in the mirage and illusory realm." Southern Cloud King sighed. Fortunately, there were quite a few cultivators who reincarnated from other origin worlds in the Realm Heart Great Land. Hence, there were many more talented geniuses than Dongbua Shuang. In addition, the foundation of the Realm Heart Great Land was deeper. There were even many unparalleled existences nurturing them. Hence, it was much easier to reach the 9th level in the mirage and illusory realm than in the primal chaos void. There were no scriptures in the primal chaos void. It was Dongbua Shuang who opened the path himself. And here, just by himself, he had obtained 18 scriptures on the mirage and illusory realm from the Southern Cloud sacred religion. Many of them had reached the 9th level, and 2 had reached the cosmos god level. If he had these scriptures in the primal chaos void, Dongbua Shuang would most likely shorten the time he took to create the illusory realm world by 10 times. Naturally, it was different to having someone guide him, but he had to rely entirely on himself. He had suffered too much on the path of cultivation, allowing Dongbua Shuang to have a firm foundation in the mirage and illusory realm. When are you prepared to buy the mirage and illusory realm secret treasures? Southern Cloud King chuckled. After the banquet. I'll set off earlier. This disciple is getting impatient. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. Southern Cloud King chuckled and nodded. He understood that this disciple of his had most likely reached the pinnacle of the mirage and illusory realm when he killed Chang Suwang. It's just that Shuang did not ask him for cosmos crystals. This made Southern Cloud King like this disciple even more. He understood that the void lineage and mirage and illusory realm lineage were so heaven-defying. Previously, there were only a few geniuses at the primal chaos realm who could defeat his disciple. But now, Southern Cloud King felt that it would be hard for his disciple to find an opponent at the primal chaos realm across the entire realm heart, great land. Don't be arrogant. Southern Cloud King could not help but remind, those who are truly talented have long become cosmos gods. Like Paragon Jia Luo from the towering sky ancient nation, he is also the only one who succeeded in grasping the 5 phases sealing technique at the primal chaos realm. Currently, he is also a paragon from the towering sky ancient nation. I understand. Dongbua Shui nodded. His gaze had always been staring at cosmos gods, and even at sacred master. After the celebratory banquet, Dongbua Shui kept his aura by himself before leaving the southern cloud ancient nation. He began searching for mirage and illusory realms' secret treasures. In the entire realm heart great land, there were only a total of 8 10th level mirage and illusory realm secret treasures that were willing to be sold. The public bid ranged from 12 billion to 20 billion cosmos crystals. Ultimately, Dongbua Shui had to personally inspect them before he knew if they were the most suitable for him, because to him, this mirage and illusory realm secret treasure could not only greatly increase his strength, but it could also allow him to unleash a 10th level technique in advance. This was a technique at the cosmos god level. By unleashing it and experiencing it in advance, it would be of great help to him in breaking through to the cosmos god realm. He wanted to break through to the cosmos god realm through the void. Hence, he had to do his best in the mirage and illusory realm. He inspected every single place. In the blink of an eye, Shui arrived at the Black Prison in Sea. There was an island nation formed from several 100,000 islands, the Thistle Flower Nation. He came here to see the third mirage and illusory realm secret treasure. Chapter 1076. Most of the 10th level mirage and illusory realm secret treasures were consigned to the shops of the Fan Clan and other Apex forces. This was because if he sold it to a shop, the shop would buy it at a very low price. That was because secret treasures were highly sought after by experts who needed them. But for experts who didn't need it, it was really useless. If one said that other cultivation paths were common, then the mirage and illusory realm Dao path was much rarer. There were even fewer who could reach the 9th level without relying on external materials. Buyers were rarely seen. When the secret treasure was sold to the shop would naturally lower the price. The owner was also unwilling to suffer too much of a loss. He would rather sell it on consignment and wait for a buyer to appear. Thistle Flower Country. A white-robed youth appeared in midair and stared at a beautiful city in front of him. That was the capital of the Thistle Flower Country. The Thistle Flower Nation is also a Tier 3 small nation. It has a total of 1 cosmos god and 2 10th level experts. Dongbua Shui thought there were quite a few Tier 3 nations in the realm heart great land. For instance, some huge organizations disdain to bother with those desolate and dangerous places. For example, the Thistle Flower Country was situated in the dangerous Black Prison in Sea. It was a country formed by hundreds of thousands of islands. Don't look down on third-rate countries. Even though they were young, those who dared to establish a nation were at least cosmos gods with deep foundations. Moreover, they would support each other and even form alliances. For example, the Thistle Flower Kingdom was a member of the United Star Alliance, which was a coalition of many island nations in the south of the Dark Prison Sea. The Mirage and Illusory Realm secret treasures were all waiting for buyers who needed them. On the other hand, the place they were consigned to wasn't important. What he truly wanted could be reached from any nation in the realm heart, great land. Thistle Flower Country. The delicacies here aren't bad either. Dongbua Shui was having a meal at a tavern by the side of the street. Lord Snow Eagle, The owner of the secret treasure has said that the lowest price will be 11.5 billion universe crystals. Suddenly there was a transmission. 11.5 billion universe crystals? It's still too expensive. Let me take another look. There are 8 Mirage and Illusory Realm secret treasures. I'll look through them one by one and choose the most suitable and cheapest one, Dongbua Shueing replied. All right, I will continue to persuade the owner of the secret treasure. Dongbua Shueing smiled. The reason why he was enjoying the delicacies everywhere and checking the treasures slowly was because he wanted to buy as much time as possible so that he could lower the price. If one were to say that shops owned by apex powers like the Fan Clan would have set a minimum price for their treasures, and there was no way to bargain. But consignment was different. It was a battle of wits with the owner of the secret treasure. It was not easy for a buyer to appear. Naturally, Dongbua Shueing had to lower the price as much as possible. If he delayed a little, he might be able to reduce the price by 1 billion universe crystals. So desperate. Many of them are fish from the dark prison sea. As Dongbua Shueing ate the delicacies, he could guess that many cultivators were risking their lives for these fish. But for the sake of making money, for the sake of resources, for the sake of cultivation, they had to work hard. Nothing ever fell from the sky. For the first 2 secret treasures, the lowest price for one of them is 15.6 billion, and the lowest price for the other is 11.5 billion. Dongbua Shueing was calculating. He needed to be suitable and cheap. Hulu hulu! The wine shop was bustling with activity. There were many guests too. Dongbua Shueing was seated in a corner wearing a white robe. With his void-iffied strength, it was hard for even primal chaos experts to discern his strength. Amen. Dongbua Shueing looked up. His eyes were filled with a strand of astonishment. Everyone says that the United Star Alliance is chaotic and massacres are common. But who would have thought that I would encounter a huge massacre in the capital of the Thistleflower Nation? Many of the United Star Alliance were Tier 3 small nations. Some of them were even controlled by devils in the dark. Massacres, chaos, it was too common in the United Star Alliance. Simply speaking, the stronger a nation was, the more stable it would be. For instance, the Summer Wind Ancient Nation and the other 6 great ancient nations were much more stable, and in the United Star Alliance, it depended on the strength of the king. Some are more stable, and some were as chaotic as the Black Devil Great Lake. So. Even though Dongbua Shueing could sense it, the other guests in the wine shop could not. Many armies stealthily appeared in all directions of the wine shop. They vaguely formed a huge array that heavily surrounded the wine shop. Shua, a bewitching green-robed girl, brought along 2 subordinates. She flew over from the army. At this moment, she did not conceal her aura. A bewitching and cold aura spread out. My beloved husband, it has been hard for me to find you. The bewitching green-robed girl's voice reverberated in the world. Her eyes were looking at an attendant within the wine shop. The moment she finished speaking, the surrounding army's battle formation was completely activated. Boom! A large area of the surrounding area was completely enveloped, and the army even formed the phantom of a strange 2-headed beast. A large number of cultivators on the streets and in the taverns were all so frightened that their hearts trembled. It's over. It's the Sky Pillar clan's devil Lady Xiaoyin. Teacher, will we be implicated? Let's see our fate. Don't make a sound. The surrounding cultivators, including the attendants, managers, and even guests, were all trembling with fear. Living in the Thistleflower Nation, they were used to the occasional massacres happening in the country. It's just that they did not expect to encounter one this time. They hoped that they were lucky and would not be implicated. Xia, let's become Dao companions. Can you give me a way out? The attendant looked up. Ha. Husband, you are really childish. How can I let you live? You are the final core disciple of the Batuo clan. The bewitching, green-robed girl chuckled. Naturally, if you hand over your aura concealing technique, I can promise you that I'll spare the lives of the lowest ranked disciples of the Ba Tua clan. The Ba Tua clan was once a conferred king clan in the Thistle Flower Nation. There were many disciples in the clan, and only those who reached the Void God level were core disciples. The others were commoners at the bottom of the hierarchy. Many of them had been sent out, and their numbers were uncountable. Even if they wanted to massacre them, it was impossible to wipe out the bloodline of the Ba Tua clan that had been multiplying over the years. You are so ruthless. The eyes of the emissary Ba Tuachin were filled with hatred. He was filled with hatred. A conferred king clan had been exterminated in a single day. His father and mother, his brothers and good friends, his clansmen. The entire Ba Tua residence had been exterminated. Ha ha ha, ruthless? Do you really think that I was infatuated with you? All right, obediently hand over your aura concealing technique. On account that we were once Tao companions, I will preserve the bloodline of your Ba Tua clan. Otherwise, I will chase after all the bloodline of your Ba Tua clan in the entire United Star Alliance. The bewitching green-robed girl spoke coldly. You make it sound so nice. Do you think I will believe you? Go ahead and kill. You won't be able to kill all of us. There will be a day when an expert of my Ba Tua clan will rise and descend upon the Thistle Flower Kingdom. The attendant Ba Tuachin roared. Humph! The bewitching green-robed girl's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Not handing it over? You are concealing yourself as an attendant. Everyone in the tavern will help you. Don't leave a single one alive. Everyone in the surroundings will be buried along with you. The managers of the tavern and even the customers revealed expressions of fear. The surrounding cultivators were trembling in their hearts. You, the attendant Ba Tuachin roared. Xiayin, why are you implicating me? To tell you the truth, I obtained this technique by chance. However, this technique is forbidden from being divulged to outsiders. You didn't obtain the original copy. The green-robed girl sighed. Powerful techniques were usually forbidden from being divulged to outsiders. AI, what a pity. The green-robed girl waved her hand. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. No, General Xiayin. Please spare us. Sky Pillar, Yang clan. You are the Sky Pillar clan of our Thistleflower Kingdom. You cannot do this. General Xiayin. The surroundings were filled with pleas. There were even some cultivators who knelt down. Kill them all. The green-robed girl didn't obtain the technique. Her ruthless eyes swept across the surroundings. Yes, the surrounding soldiers hesitated for a while before agreeing. AI, the white-clothed youth who had been sitting in the corner of the tavern and watching everything calmly, sighed softly. Strangely, his sigh rang in the ears of everyone around him and every soldier in the army. Everyone faintly felt great fear. Those soldiers who were going to obey the order felt that they were unable to move. Unable to move, the green-robed girl stared at the white-robed youth in fear. She also discovered that she was unable to move. The surrounding void was completely suppressing her, making her unable to move. The white-robed youth sat there and said, Manager, continue to serve the wine. AI. The manager of the tavern, who was originally in despair, felt his heart trembling. He hurriedly helped to serve the wine, yet he wasn't affected at all. He could still move. This is a grudge between our Sky Pillar, Yang clan, and the Ba Tua clan. Sir, please do not interfere. The green-robed girl could not move, yet she still shouted out loudly. She especially said the two words Sky Pillar clearly. Sky Pillar. It had a special meaning in the United Star Alliance. It represented a clan that was like a sky pillar within a nation. Most of them were absolute experts at the 10th level. This was comparable to a cosmos god. It was logical for the green-robed girl to be arrogant. Sky Pillar Yang clan? Dongbua Shui Ing softly nodded. Originally, I'm too lazy to get involved in this grudge between you two. I'm just going to kill them all and not leave a single one alive These ordinary cultivators aren't enemies with your Yang clan, right? The expression of the green-robed girl turned ugly. What was so big about killing some ants? Why, they are ants in your eyes? Dongbua Shueing shook his head. It's a pity that you are an ant in my eyes, too. Pung! Just as he finished speaking, the green-robed girl revealed a look of terror. Her body exploded into pieces and disappeared from the world. The entire place turned silent. All the soldiers and cultivators kept quiet out of fear. The daughter of the Sky Pillar Yang clan patriarch died just like that. Dongbua Shueying's eyes were filled with coldness. His cultivation heart had determined that he could not tolerate those actions of slaughtering the weak. Perhaps he was weak and could not influence the realm heart, great land, but he had encountered it. Naturally, he had to do something about it. Big trouble. Someone killed the daughter of the patriarch, General Xiaoyin. Not good. The surrounding cultivators were in a state of terror. Dongbua Shueing merely sat there and continued drinking. A terrifying and dazzling aura descended from the distance. He was like a lump of dazzling light. Endless light surged and condensed into a human figure. At the same time, a furious roar reverberated across the sky. Who dares to kill my daughter, Xiaoyin? It's me. Dongbua Shueing continued sitting there. He was even pouring wine for himself. Chapter 1077. Endless light condensed into a human figure. It was a furious, bald old man. His entire body was glowing as if he was the ruler of all living beings. Who dares to kill my daughter Xiaoyin? His furious roar reverberated across the world. His killing intent swept out in all directions. Many cultivators on the streets felt their hearts turning cold under this killing intent. Their souls felt sluggish, and their hearts were thumping. They looked at that figure with terror. The guests in the pub and the manager who had just served wine to Dongbua Shueing were all staring at that figure emitting light in midair. How many citizens of the Thistle Flower Nation did not recognize that terrifying existence? Sky Pillar King! Sky Pillar King! It's the Sky Pillar King! The Sky Pillar King is here. We're doomed. We are truly doomed this time. There were only 2 Sky Pillar Kings in the entire Thistleflower Nation, and they were both 10th level absolute experts. Their statuses were clearly much higher than other conferred kings. In the Thistleflower Nation, the highest status was the king, closely followed by the 2 Sky Pillar Kings. The moment they were angered, many would die. But many citizens were still filled with worship and respect for the Sky Pillar King, because with the existence of the 2 Sky Pillars and the king, their Thistle Flower Nation could defend against external enemies and devils. If there were not enough experts in the nation, devils would likely run amok in the Thistle Flower Nation. But no matter how much they respected the king, at this moment, these cultivators could feel the danger of death descending upon them. They were still filled with terror. They did not wish to die. They even felt that they were wronged and were implicated in this calamity. I don't wish to die. I don't even have a Tao companion. No. I was still thinking of accumulating enough cosmos crystals to send my son to the Southern Cloud sacred religion to become an outer disciple and learn the Southern Cloud 12 sacred styles. But now, everything has turned into nothingness. Under the fury of the Sky Pillar King, we would most likely be exterminated with a thought. They were either filled with despair and unwillingness, or facing it calmly. Of course, the soldiers were currently filled with joy. Instead, not many held expectations for Dongbua Shueing because the influence of the Sky Pillar King was too great. In the eyes of many citizens of the Thistleflower Nation, he could fight against cosmos gods. As long as cosmos gods did not appear, the Sky Pillar King could sweep across all primal chaos existences. Even though that white-robed young man was powerful, the aura he released when he acted was merely at the primal chaos realm. It was not as dazzling and overbearing as the current Sky Pillar King. It's me. Dongbua Shui-ing continued to pour wine for himself as he glanced at the bald old man who was glowing with a blinding light. He could sense the other party's rage and killing intent, and he continued to speak calmly. "What, you want to kill me?" The bald old man's gaze instantly fell on the enemy who killed his daughter, the white-clothed youth. "How dare you? How dare he drink at a time like this?" The bald old man suddenly quivered, and the monstrous killing intent in his heart was instantly extinguished. Instead, his entire body felt cold, and his heart trembled as he carefully observed the white-robed youth. Although Dongbua Shui-ing had concealed his aura, his looks had not changed at all. After all, he was a new absolute expert from the Black Devil Four Nations, located far away from the Thistleflower Nation. He was located in a small region south of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. In the Thistleflower Nation, there weren't many who knew about Shui-ing. Most of them were primal chaos experts and some aristocratic clan, disciples who paid special attention to intelligence. In reality, even Dongbua Shui-ing would not deliberately collect information on the rising experts from the distant Myriad Realms Ancient Nation or Primogenita Ancient Nation. It was only because his status and identity had reached a certain level that the Southern Cloud sacred religion would naturally transmit the latest intelligence to him. As for the aristocratic clan disciples in the Thistleflower Nation, they had to take the initiative to collect information. There weren't many who knew about Dongbua Shui-ing, and being one of the 2 sky pillars of the Thistleflower Nation, old ancestor Yang Xiong from the Yang clan, he had naturally collected information on Dongbua Shui-ing. "It's him? Shan Snow Eagle?" The bald-headed old man felt his body turning cold. He felt his heart trembling. The Tao protector of the Sky Sword Sect, Thunder King Mo Chao, could not even resist against a single move before being captured alive by the 5 phases sealing technique. My current strength is comparable to Thunder King Mo Chao at most. Perhaps I might even be slightly weaker. The moment the 5 phases sealing technique is used, I'll be finished in a single move. The bald-headed old man was clear of this point. He had lived for too long. He was originally an ordinary commoner in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Step by step, he reached his current strength. He had experienced too many schemes and adventures between life and death. Even after reaching his current strength, he had never thought of returning to the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, because in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, his strength was considered nothing. How could he be as carefree as he was in the Thistleflower Nation? As for his original anger and killing intent, it had long dissipated. For the sake of his life, he did not care about his children. He had 265 children. So what if one of his daughters died? I don't dare. The bald-headed old man immediately retracted his aura. He landed on the ground. The smile on his face was incredibly passionate. It was so passionate that it felt flattering. With a few steps, he arrived by the side of the wine shop. He even bowed towards Dongbua Shui-ing and said with a smile, "Please forgive me. That lowly servant has offended Sir Snow Eagle and naturally deserves death. Even if Sir Snow Eagle doesn't act, I'll do so. That lowly servant doesn't know how to respect others." His voice only resounded in the surroundings. Only he and Dongbua Shui-ing could hear it. The other guests in the wine shop and the cultivators by the side of the road could not hear it. He could flatter in front of Dongbua Shui-ing, but he did not wish for those guests to hear what he said. "What is going on? Sky Pillar King, why? Why does it seem like..." Even though they could not hear what he said, they could see it. They saw the passionate smile on the face of Sky Pillar King Yang Xiong. He even bowed and apologized to that white-robed young man. "Wah, we've met a huge character. Who is it? For Sky Pillar King to be so fearful, is it a cosmos god? It should be a cosmos god." The surrounding wine shop managers, guests, and cultivators by the side of the road felt joyous. There was hope. They had hope of surviving. Dongbua Shui-ing drank by himself. He casually said, "Yang Xiong, Other than this attendant by the side, the other cultivators did not offend your daughter. Yet your daughter Xia wanted to slaughter them all. This isn't any weaker than those devils from the Black Devil Great Lake. Since she wants to kill so many people, I can only give her a taste of her own medicine. What? She dared to do that? Previously, she was quite ruthless. Who would have thought that she dared to do such a thing? Yang Xiong had a furious look on his face. In reality, he already knew of the ruthless personality of his daughter. Who? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. It was a plump male. As that male walked over, there was a faint illusion of flowers blooming around him. Many cultivators present felt joy from the bottom of their hearts. King. Everyone present was respectful. The one who came was the Thistle Flower King. So it is Shan Snow Eagle. Why didn't you inform me when you came to my Thistle Flower Nation? Thistle Flower King chuckled. At the same time, he glanced at the bald-headed old man. Yang Xiong, your daughter actually offended Shan Snow Eagle. In a while, you must properly apologize to him during the banquet. Definitely, definitely, the bald-headed old man said. Greetings, King. Dongbua Shui stood up. He could disregard Yang Xiong, but he had to show some respect to Thistle Flower King. Ha! I have long heard of your fame, Shan Snow Eagle. Who would have thought that we would meet so soon? It seems that Brother Snow Eagle is fated with me, Thistle Flower King passionately said. He addressed the other party as brother in just a few sentences. This was normal. Even now, the two of them were not too far apart in strength. But after grasping the 5 phases sealing technique, it was foreseeable that he would become a cosmos god in the void lineage. By then, this snow eagle would be stronger than him, Thistle Flower King. Furthermore, there was an extremely terrifying existence behind the back of Shan Snow Eagle, Southern Cloud King. Southern Cloud King had to swallow his anger when facing those unparalleled existences from the 6 great ancient nations. But facing this king from a Tier 3 nation, he could easily suppress the other party. It's him, Yang Xiong. The attendant, Ba Tuochen, by the side saw Yang Xiong. First, he felt despair. After that, he saw how Yang Xiong was so humble in front of this white-robed young man. His daughter had died, yet he did not even dare to let out a fart. King. Following that, he saw the strongest expert in the Thistle Flower Nation, Thistle Flower King, chatting with the white-robed young man passionately. Brother Snow Eagle, go, go, go. Let's go to my palace. What are you eating here? My delicacies and wine are much better than this, Thistle Flower King said. There's no need to be so polite, King. Dongbua Shui said. I still have other matters and will not delay any longer. Senior. The attendant Ba Tuochen suddenly shouted out. At this moment, everyone was silent. Thistle Flower King and Yang Xiong were treating that white-robed young man so passionately. Who dared to say anything? But this shout attracted the attention of many people. It also attracted the attention of Thistle Flower King, Yang Xiong, and Dongbua Shui. This was the first time Ba Tuochen was stared at by the king. Senior. Ba Tuochen looked at Dongbua Shui. With a pang, he knelt down heavily. He knew that if he missed this opportunity, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. It was hard for him to control his time when he was outside. Everyone, please forgive me. The second chapter was still being written. Asterisk. Chapter 1078. Senior. Ba Tuochen knelt down. He looked pleadingly at the white-robed young man in front of him. He added, My Ba Tuo clan was originally a conferred king clan in the Thistle Flower Nation. It's just that my Ba Tuo clan was coveted by Sky Pillar King Yang Xiong. He actually personally acted to exterminate my Ba Tuo clan. Fortunately, I wasn't in the residence at that time, allowing me to survive until now. Shut up! Yang Xiong roared from the side. Your Ba Tuo clan old ancestor invited me to meet, yet he found an opportunity to ambush me with arrays and poisons. That was why I acted with my full strength and affected your residents. But the remaining core disciples of my clan are being chased after. Even though Ba Tuo-chan felt an unseen pressure, he still argued. Currently, I'm the only one alive. I have relied on the aura concealment technique to hide until now. Yang Xiong indifferently said, After killing Ba Tuo, why would I place the remaining disciples of your clan in my eyes? I believe it's the people under my Yang clan who feel that it's better to exterminate the weeds by the roots. Furthermore, there's nothing wrong with exterminating the weeds by the roots. It's just that Xia Yin is too foolish. She actually dared to kill, so casually, and offended Sir Snow Eagle. Even if Sir Snow Eagle didn't kill her, I would have done so. Enough, Thistle Flower King said from the side. Let's forget about this matter. Yang Xiong, you should let this little fellow off too. Since King has asked, I'll naturally not pursue the matter. Furthermore, I've never placed this brat in my eyes. Yang Xiong said, How low was the probability of a 10th level expert emerging? How many had emerged in the history of the Thistle Flower Nation? Actually, Yang Xiong had ordered to exterminate the weeds by the roots. But in his heart, he did not care about it. He did not think that the remaining few brats could give birth to an existence that could threaten him. It's him who caused my daughter's death, and even offended Shan Snow Eagle. Yang Xiong felt frustrated. I should let him off for now. After this matter is over, I can exterminate him stealthily. Senior, my Ba Tuo clan. Ba Tuo-chin looked at Dongbua Shuang and begged. Enough. Shuang said, The king has already said that this matter should be dropped. So let's drop it then. It isn't appropriate for you to stay in this Thistle Flower Nation anymore. I'll be leaving in a while, so you should follow me. Yes. Ba Tuo-chin calmed down. His life was saved. He knew that once this Lord Snow Eagle left, the Heaven Pillar Yang clan would have ways to kill him silently. Country King, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Thank you for your kind intentions. Dongbua Shuang smiled. Ha ha ha, since Brother Snow Eagle has something to do, I won't stop you. If you have time in the future, remember to come to my place. Thistle Flower King chuckled. My Thistle Flower Nation might not be as fertile as the Southern Cloud Nation, but we do have some unique delicacies and wine. Definitely. Dongbua Shuang nodded. I wanted to use the banquet as an excuse to make amends, but Lord Snow Eagle is about to leave. Please forgive us, Lord Snow Eagle, Yang Xiong said. Dongbua Shuang smiled. Hua. The space beside him started to distort, and Dongbua Shuang brought Ba Tuo-chin along as they stepped into it, disappearing from sight. Destruction Realm Teleportation Technique. The Thistle Flower King muttered as he watched. Even though he was a king, he did not know how to execute this technique. They finally left. Yang Xiong let out a sigh of relief. It is fine if your daughter is violent outside, but she is like this even in the capital? Your Yang clan is ultimately a sky pillar clan of my Thistle Flower Nation. Thistle Flower King frowned. It is I who did not teach her well. Yang Xiong added, I'll definitely settle this matter cleanly. I'll immediately prepare a generous gift and send it over to Feishua City. Amen. Thistle Flower King softly nodded. No other choice. A small nation like theirs did not dare to offend a huge organization. Shan Snow Eagle and the Southern Cloud King behind him were too strong a deterrent to the Thistle Flower Nation. Just Snow Eagle alone could sweep across the entire Thistle Flower Nation after becoming a cosmos god. They could not help but feel nervous. To the weak, there might be laws within the nation. Reaching the level of Thistle Flower King, they were the ones who made the laws. What did they rely on to make the laws? Naturally, it was strength. An expert like Snow Eagle absolutely had the strength to wipe out an entire nation. This city in front of them was huge and boundless. The array aura was grand, and even Dongbua Shuang felt pressured. This is... Ba Tuo-chin looked at the city in front of him. Summer Wind Capital. Dongbua Shuang said, "This is one of the few huge cities in the entire realm heart, Great Land. This capital has more people than the entire population of my Southern Cloud Nation, much less that small thistle flower nation of yours. There are many experts here, including a bunch of cosmos gods. There are also many different religions. The Yang clan will definitely not dare to come and find you, much less behave atrociously here." The Summer Wind ancient nation had strict laws. Being the capital, even the 3 religious masters from the Black Devil Great Lake did not dare to come here. Even if they wanted to create chaos in the Summer Wind ancient nation, they would only go to some small cities. Even in small cities, they had to be careful. This was the power of the Summer Wind ancient nation. Ba Tuochen looked at the city in front of him. His eyes were filled with light. Summer Wind Capital? That was a city that only existed in the legends. If he were to rush over, how many teleportation arrays would he have to pass through? How many nations would he have to pass through? The consumption of cosmos crystals would make him feel despair. This Summer Wind Capital was filled with endless possibilities. Properly cultivate here. You will have to walk your own path from now on. Dongbua Shuang said, "Many thanks, Senior. This junior will never dare to forget Senior's kindness." Ba Tuochen knelt down in gratitude. The other party who was not related to him had given him a future. He felt incredibly grateful in his heart. May this junior know the name of Senior? Ba Tuochen asked. Even though the king and the others had mentioned the name Snow Eagle in the beginning, they had restrained their voice to prevent these ordinary cultivators from hearing it. "I am called Ingshan Snow Eagle," Dongbua Shuang said. He then entered the distorted void and disappeared. Ingshan Snow Eagle, Ingshan Snow Eagle. Ba Tuochen memorized this name. It was this white-robed young man called Ingshan Snow Eagle who gave him a future. There will be a day when I can kill that Yang Xiong and stand in front of Senior Ingshan Snow Eagle again. Ba Tuochen immediately stood up and walked towards the city gates of the Summer Wind Capital. The vast sea allowed the fish to leap, and the vast sky allowed the bird to fly. Even if the chances were slim, he could not forget the hatred of the extermination of his clan. Naturally, he had to grab hold of the opportunity to cultivate in the Summer Wind Capital. Hoo, hoo, hoo! The wind whistled. There were 15 resplendent stars in the sky. Regardless of whether it was day or night, there would always be 15 resplendent stars above the Primogenita Ancient Nation's extreme night city. These 15 resplendent stars were emitting starlight that enveloped the huge city below, Extreme Night City. The white-robed Dongbua Shuang stood in midair. There was a mirage and illusory realm secret treasure over at the Thistle Flower Nation. But since he had revealed himself, it was not appropriate for him to go and see that secret treasure, because the moment he asked for the price, he could bargain with the owner of the secret treasure through the shop. By then, the owner of the secret treasure would be able to guess his identity. Dongbua Shuang did not wish, for the matter of him, purchasing the mirage and illusory realm secret treasure to be made public. Even though the manager of the Apex shops that were consigned to sell the secret treasure would know about it, the reputation of such shops was fundamental. If the customer did not wish to publicize it, the shop would naturally help to keep it a secret. Towards that Yang Xiong, Dongbua Shuang did not have any killing intent, because Yang Xiong was the Sky Pillar clan old ancestor of the Thistleflower Nation. He was simply a local tyrant. There were several tens of thousands of islands under his control. Hence, Yang Xiong was doing his best to protect the islands under him. His existence was to ensure the safety of the citizens under him. This person was not a huge devil who would kill wantonly. Hence, Dongbua Shuang would naturally not act against him. Looking across the realm heart, Great Land, which expert was not ruthless, as long as the other party was not a devil who would kill wantonly, Dongbua Shuang could tolerate it, because there were very few experts who truly pitted the cultivators at the bottom of the hierarchy. Instead, People like Yang Xiong and Thistleflower King were more commonly seen. Even his teacher, Southern Cloud King, might value his citizens, but it was not considered pitiful towards the weak. According to the intelligence he knew, his teacher, Southern Cloud King, had an extremely tyrannical side. That was something he could tolerate. Only those devils who killed wantonly would even sacrifice trillions of lives as a blood sacrifice. As long as Dongbua Shui-ing could kill these devils, he would naturally not be lenient towards them. I've acted once in the Thistleflower Nation. Since that's the case, that secret treasure consigned by the Thistleflower capital will be the last to be seen. Dongbua Shui-ing walked towards the Extreme Night City ahead. Let's see the one consigned by the Extreme Night City first. The primogenitor ancient nation had two primogenitors. They were both existences who had reached the unparalleled level. One was known as Eternal Night Primogenitor, and the other was Extreme Night Primogenita. Eternal Night Primogenitor was famous for refining magic servants. His attainments in refining magic servants were unquestionably the strongest across the entire realm heart, Great Land. It was fine for large batches of primal chaos realm magic servants to be produced, since they were commonly seen in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. More importantly, Eternal Night Primogenitor could refine magic servants with the strength of a cosmos god. He had refined a total of 9 great cosmos god magic servants, and they were also known as the 9 Eternal Night Walkers. Every walker was absolutely loyal to Eternal Night Primogenitor. They represented the will of Eternal Night Primogenitor. The 9 of them had varying strengths, but the weakest was stronger than Thistleflower King, and the strongest had a portion of Eternal Night Primogenitor's strength. They could most likely fight against Southern Cloud King. The 9 great walkers under him that allowed Eternal Night Primogenitor to have a strong control over his subordinates. And the true body of Extreme Night Primogenitor was said to be a sea of blood in the realm heart, Great Land. He had given birth to spirituality and cultivated to his current stage. His research on blood was also the strongest in the entire realm heart, Great Land. A drop of his blood essence could allow a cultivator to be reborn, greatly increasing their strength. For instance, a 10th level expert who absorbed a drop of blood essence would have a greater chance of breaking through to the cosmos god realm. It's just that the moment they absorb his blood essence, they would be absolutely loyal to him and would not go against him. Those who absorbed his blood essence would also address him as Primogenitor. Hence, amongst the 6 great ancient nations, the Primogenita ancient nation could be said to have the strongest control and cohesiveness. Naturally, in terms of strength, the Primogenita ancient nation could only be ranked in the middle of the 6 great ancient nations. Amen. Dongbua Shui-ing walked within the vast and flourishing Extreme Night City. There were many experts here. I've heard that Extreme Night Primogenitor has broken through to the cosmos god realm after absorbing his blood essence, and there are even 15 sons. At the same time, there are some other cosmos gods who have pledged allegiance to him for the sake of obtaining the blood essence of Extreme Night Primogenitor for the sake of researching. There are quite a number of cosmos gods under him. Other than directly absorbing a drop of blood essence from Extreme Night Primogenitor, there were many other uses for it too. For instance, it could be used to nurture insects or alter one's fleshy body. It was sold for a whopping 10 billion cosmos crystals. It was terrifyingly expensive. I've arrived. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at this dazzling and resplendent golden construct in front of him. There was a mark of 15 stars on this golden construct. It was none weaker than the Fan Clan's shop, the Extreme Night Palace. Chapter 1079. The Extreme Night Palace was ranked in the top 5 across the entire realm heart, Great Land. And the Extreme Night Palace, located in one of the 2 great sacred cities of the Primogenita ancient nation, Extreme Night City, was even more flourishing. Sir Ingshan Snow Eagle, please enter. Just as Dongbua Shui Ing arrived outside the Extreme Night Palace, a Primal Chaos Realm manager came to welcome him. He had stealthily found out the identity of Dongbua Shui. I want to see the heart of desire and do not wish for others to know about it. Dongbua Shui indirectly transmitted. This manager's expression was calm. He transmitted back, Sir Yingshan Snow Eagle can be rest assured. Ever since my Extreme Night Palace came into being, there has never been a case of any secret being leaked. Dongbua Shui nodded. In terms of influence, the Extreme Night Palace could only be considered in the top 5 trading companies, but in terms of credibility, it was ranked first alongside the Fan Clan shop. There had never been a case of a secret being leaked that affected the customers. Like other trading companies, there had been slip-ups in history. After all, no matter how strict the rules were, those who truly controlled the trading company were powerful cosmos gods. Due to their selfish desires, they would naturally make use of some secrets within the trading company. But the Fan Clan shop and the Extreme Night Palace were different. Their credibility was absolutely perfect. One could see how formidable the masters behind these 2 trading companies, Extreme Night, Primogenitor, and Ancestor Fan, were in controlling their subordinates. Skyrending Great Paragon, Slaughter Great Paragon, and other fierce and tyrannical existences were extremely obedient in front of Ancestor Fan. There was no need to talk about Extreme Night, Primogenitor. After absorbing his blood essence, he became absolutely loyal. Sir Yingshan Snow Eagle, please wait here for a moment. The manager brought Dongbua Shui Ing into a side hall. In a while, the Heart of Desire will be sent over. All right. Dongbua Shui Ing sat down cross-legged. He was drinking the warm wine in front of him. Just a moment later, the black-robed manager entered once again. With a flip of his hand, a wooden pole appeared in front of Dongbua Shui Ing. This wooden pole was embedded with a palm-sized black stone. Can I take a look at it? Dongbua Shui Ing asked. Of course. The black-robed manager chuckled. Ordinary primal chaos existences were not qualified to see treasures that were worth more than 10 billion cosmos crystals. But Yingshan Snow Eagle was absolutely not ranked in the front. Dongbua Shui Ing grabbed onto this ordinary-looking scepter. This wooden scepter was indeed ordinary. His gaze landed on the black stone at the tip of the wooden scepter. Just by looking at it, he could feel an intense temptation coming from the black stone. He could not help but stare at it. He had a feeling of being immersed in it. But he was ultimately an expert who reached the 9th level in the Mirage and Illusory realm, and he could easily control his heart. Buzz. His consciousness seeped into his senses. The black stone was the Heart of Desire. The wooden staff was only there to protect the black stone. Dong dong! As soon as his consciousness seeped into the black stone, he felt as if the black stone was expanding and contracting, just like a heartbeat. Dongbua Shui Ing remained unmoved. Gradually, he saw a vast world shrouded in endless pink mist. There were countless living beings in this world, but the desire in this world was too strong. For the sake of love, hate, greed, lust, worry, shock, joy, all sorts of emotions and desires, countless disputes arose in the entire world. Desire. Dongbua Shui Ing revealed a joyous look. When one reached the pinnacle of Primal Chaos Realm and advanced to the Cosmos God Realm, the Void lineage would only be split into a few paths. He had grasped the 5 phases sealing technique, and he had occupied half the path. Similar logic. The Mirage and Illusory realm was split into a few paths too. His primary path was the World Path. Furthermore, he specialized in the Slaughter Path. After all, his 9-petaled flower was a terrifying killing technique that was directly condensed from the Mirage and Illusory realm world. It was only fused with part of the profound mysteries from the Tao of Slaughter. This Heart of Desire has 2 paths. One is the World Path, and the other is the Desire Path. Dongbua Shui Ing thought. Desire was also a relatively common path in the mirage and illusory realm. Falling into desire and sinking into the illusory realm, this treasure isn't bad. Dongbua Shueing was inwardly delighted. With the world path, I should be able to unleash a 10th level strength after comprehending it for a period. It might even guide me towards becoming a cosmos god. As for the desire path, after I become a cosmos god, I should similarly cultivate in other paths. Dongbua Shueing placed the wooden pole in his hand on the table. Sir Ingshan Snow Eagle, how is it? The manager by the side asked with a smile. Nevertheless, he was startled inwardly. His consciousness was not affected at all. Those with weaker souls might be able to resist against it, but they would still be slightly affected. Does Sir Ingshan Snow Eagle like this heart of desire? The manager chuckled. He liked it. Naturally, he liked it. It could allow him to grasp the 10th level mirage and illusory realm technique rapidly. Furthermore, it allowed him to peek into the desire path of the mirage and illusory realm. What's the price? Dongbua Shueing asked. The black-robed manager grinned. 20 billion cosmos crystals. Don't talk about such an inflated price. How about the lowest price? Dongbua Shueing asked. This is a treasure that contains 2 10th level techniques. The black-robed manager said, furthermore, one is desire and the other is the world. Under the usage of both techniques, even ordinary cosmos gods would find it hard to resist against it. Even if they could, their strength would be greatly reduced. Dongbua Shueing admitted. Both techniques complemented each other. The world originally had the effect of attracting the soul of others and dragging the enemy into the world. For instance, the moment his illusory realm appeared, those with weaker souls would directly fall into the illusory realm. And if the other party had a similarly powerful desire technique, under the guidance of the desire, the enemy's resistance would rapidly weaken. Once they fell into the illusory realm, it would be much harder to struggle out. Even though there are 2 10th level techniques, it is only useful if you can use them. Dongbua Shueing said, it is hard to use a single technique, much less 2. Perhaps there might be an absolute genius who could walk down 2 Dao paths in the mirage and illusory realm lineage at the primal chaos realm and reach the pinnacle in both. But the possibility of these 2 paths being desire in the world is extremely, extremely low. As for cosmos gods in the mirage and illusory realm lineage, they have all become cosmos gods. They do not really care about secret treasures at the 10th level. After all, they are at the 10th level directly. Dongbua Shueing nonchalantly said, if you quote such an inflated price, there's no way for us to negotiate. The owner of the secret treasure that he consigned has said that the lowest price is 16 billion. The black-robed manager said. Then let him continue to stay. Dongbua Shueing stood. Rest assured, I'll ask the owner of the secret treasure again. The black-robed manager said. This secret treasure is not bad, but the price is too expensive. There are currently 8 of them being sold in the Realm Heart Great Land, and some are much cheaper. Let me take a look at the others. Dongbua Shueing stood up and left. He did not discuss too much with the black-robed manager because the manager did not have the authority to decide on the price. He was merely a messenger, and it was still up to the owner of the secret treasure to decide. Dongbua Shueing traveled across the Realm Heart Great Land. At the same time as he visited many mirage and illusory realm secret treasures, he had also broadened his horizons. He had even gone to the icy snow ancient nation and saw many giants there. In terms of body cultivation, the icy snow ancient nation was unquestionably the strongest, because the icy snow ancient nation had 3 old ancestors who had reached the unparalleled realm. Those 3 old ancestors had all reached the pinnacle in body cultivation. Hence, to cultivate a powerful fleshy body, the religion in the icy snow ancient nation specialized in it. It's a pity that the icy snow ancient nation was slightly more secluded and repelled outsiders. There's still one last treasure left. 2 months later, Dongbua Shui once again came to the Thistle Flower Nation. This secret treasure in the Thistle Flower capital had become the last mirage and illusory realm secret treasure he visited. Of the previous secret treasures, the cheapest was 5 billion cosmos crystals, and the most expensive was still 16 billion cosmos crystals. Currently, the one that moved Dongbua Shui the most was the Heart of Desire, but it's a pity that it was still priced at 15 billion cosmos crystals. This price gave him a huge pressure. He had to convert all the 60,000 contribution points his teacher gave him into cosmos crystals before he could afford it. That way, his avatar could no longer cultivate the southern cloud, sacred body. Sir Snow Eagle, in the Fan Clan shop in the Thistle Flower Nation, under the request of Dongbua Shui to keep it a secret, the manager led him to a side hall. This is the Devil Heart Bell. The manager chuckled as he placed that golden bell in front of Dongbua Shui. Dongbua Shui stared at the golden bell in front of him. This was the last treasure. After he finished looking at it, he had to decide which one to buy. He then extended his hand and grabbed this Devil Heart Bell.